I've stayed here too long, but something brings me back to you. I swear we belong, I'm still hanging on, but something brings me back to you. Back to you, back to you, back to you. Back to you, back to you, back to you, you.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Alright, we'll work it out. We'll work it out, mate. Hey!
to the quick dance through. You'll get over the start-finish line and start one second.
I wouldn't have won, but I really...
Close our eyes, the current sweeps right over us. Feel the world spin round again for only us. Hold your breath, we're diving into something bigger than anything we've ever been. was right when it's wrong. I've stayed here too long, but something brings me back to you. I swear we belong, I'm still hanging on, but something brings me back to you. Back to you, back to you, back to you. Back to you, back to you, back to you, you.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. All right, we'll work it out. We'll work it out, mate. Hey!
next to the quick dart through. Get over the start finish line and start 1 second.
I wouldn't have won, but I really...
Close our eyes, the current sweeps right over us. Feel the world spin round again for only us. Hold your breath, we're diving into something bigger than anything we've ever been. Love be lighthouse, out to lead you home. Stars and the moon illuminating every road. Rest your mind, it's always been there all along. Sense of belonging to a greater unknown. Hold your breath, we're diving into something real and right. Love alive, my satellite. Love be a lighthouse, so to lead you home. Stars and the moon illuminating every road. All through the seasons, no matter where we go. Your love is a lighthouse, so to lead me home. The place where you belong. Always safe inside my arms. It has been there all along. Let this love lead you home. Love be a lighthouse, so to lead you home. Stars and the moon illuminating every road. All through the seasons. was right when it's wrong. I've stayed here too long, but something brings me back to you. I swear we belong, I'm still hanging on, but something brings me back to you. Back to you, back to you, back to you. Back to you, back to you, back to you, you.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. All right, we'll work it out. We'll work it out, mate. Hey!
line and start 1 second.
I wouldn't have won, but I really...
Close our eyes, the current sweeps right over us. Feel the world spin round again for only us. Hold your breath, we're diving into something bigger than anything we've ever been. Love be lighthouse, oh, to lead you home. Stars and the moon illuminating every road. Rest your mind, it's always been there all along. Sense of belonging to a greater unknown. Hold your breath, we're diving into something real and right. Love alive, my satellite. Love be a lighthouse, oh, to lead you home. Stars and the moon illuminating every road. All through the seasons, no matter where we go. Your love is a lighthouse, oh, to lead me home. The place where you belong. Always safe inside my arms. It has been there all along. Let this love lead you home. Love be a lighthouse, oh, to lead you home. Stars and the moon illuminating every road. All through the seasons. was right when it's wrong. I've stayed here too long, but something brings me back to you. I swear we belong, I'm still hanging on, but something brings me back to you. Back to you, back to you, back to you. Back to you, back to you, back to you, you.
Look at that, cheers. So check 10 grand as well, isn't it? Yeah, something like that, yeah. Yeah, alright, we'll work it out. We'll work it out, mate. Hey!
the next of the quick dance through. Get over the start finish line and start one second.
I wouldn't have won, but I really...
Close our eyes, the current sweeps right over us. Feel the world spin round again for only us. Hold your breath, we're diving into something bigger than anything we've ever been. Love be lighthouse, oh, to lead you home. Stars and the moon illuminating every road. Rest your mind, it's always been there all along. Sense of belonging to a greater unknown. Hold your breath, we're diving into something real right. Love alive, my satellite. Love be lighthouse, oh, to lead you home. Stars and the moon illuminating every road. All through the seasons, no matter where we go. Your love is a lighthouse, oh, to lead me home. The place where you belong. Always safe inside my arms. It has been there all along. Let this love lead you home. Love be a lighthouse, oh, to lead you home. Stars and the moon illuminating every road. All through the seasons.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Classic Sports Car Club's Donington Derby, which saw yesterday some great racing, some really big grids, and not a little excitement on the in the gravel traps on occasion. And thankfully, the rather serious accident that occurred, we are told that the driver is pretty well, as can be expected. A little bit of bruising, but otherwise okay. The car, I'm afraid, is not. But we are now going live with our racing after that slight change to the programme. So racing now for the rest of the day. This is Alistair Douglas talking to you from the magnificent commentary tower over the timing line, and I'm joined again in the commentary box by the man who knows everything about everything in motor racing, Marcus Pye. Good afternoon, Marcus.
You oversell me, I suspect, but I'm a little bit into this special saloon stuff we're going to see now, Special Saloon Mod Sports, which I've followed it as long as you have. We're very similar age, and we've both been going racing since the 1950s. Yeah. So, although I'm sure neither of us commentated till quite a chunk later. No, super pack of cars. We've lost 2 or 3 from yesterday, unfortunately. But the big story yesterday was Clive Anderson in the ochre-coloured BMW, that fabulous Prism Racing twin-turbo Rover V8 powered car, which waged war out front with Danny Morris driving the Spirit of RPM Peugeot Cosworth with the YB Ford turbo under the bonnet, and that was a good race. Now, yesterday's winner gets a 10-place grid drop. And so he starts back in 11th place. You watch for that car, the ochre-coloured BMW, 5.1 litre twin-turbo BM, all self-built with the Jamaican flags proudly flown on the doors and bonnet. See if it can bustle through and catch Danny Morris today. Unfortunately, we've lost Chris Southcote, who had an incontinent engine, I think it was, on the midget yesterday. Certainly, there was a pool of oil under the engine in the under tray, so I was told. We've also lost a couple of other cars there, Alistair, on your grid.
Simon Alloway also had to withdraw.
That was a tyre problem. Yeah, he burst a tyre and doesn't have any spare slicks. So they left it in the pit lane, put a wet on it, and went from there. But halfway through, here's our grid then. Danny Morris on pole with the 309, the Peugeot. Joe Ward in Baby Bertha, now Chevy powered. The most famous car of them all, Jerry Marshall's car from the period. Martin Reynolds is next in 27, the Holbay powered Escort. Tom Carey, BDA powered Honda CRX is next. 154, Robert Frost with the Dax Tajiro with the big 8-litre Chevy engine, and then Phil Walker with the 4-litre MGB is next. Paul Turner with the Kawasaki-powered Suzuki. That sounds odd, doesn't it? Number 60 is there. And then Neil Duke with the Ford Anglia BDG. 22, Jerry Burgoyne with his Davrian Solo Stiletto 1040 imp-powered. And then Roy Davis from Brisbane in Australia with the Ford Straight 6-powered Triumph. That's the majority of them. We go back to the cars we watched for. Clive Anderson. Oh, and Paul Turner's pulled straight off at the start, unfortunately. And with the little Suzuki, watch for Clive Anderson. He's already passed several. And the other quick car is the Escort of Richard Rudd. And Richard Rudd goes round the outside from the very back. He's arrived at Redgate in second place, and he's taken Baby Bertha off by the looks of things. There's a contact there. Baby Bertha is out in the gravel on the exit of the corner, and it's parked up, I would think, against the conveyor belting, Alistair. Yeah, I'm not sure it actually hit the barrier, or the sort of soft part of the barrier that's in front of the harder barrier, if you understand what I mean. But Joe Ward is definitely out of the race. He's climbed out of the car. That was unfortunate. I would put that down there, Marcus, to very cold front tyres, and he just understeered off, didn't he? Yeah, but he came from way down the grid, back, about 12th on the grid, and was running. It is in the barrier, and was running third at the first corner. Yeah. Newcomer to the series this season.
That's a great shame, because not only
red flags,
not surprisingly, because we've got 2 cars off down there. I was really looking forward to seeing the progress of Richard Rudd in that Escort, because he was driving it rather like a rally car yesterday, very sideways. And we've also got, of course, the car that pulled off before the start even, which was Paul Turner's Suzuki. So the car's being returned to the grid.
Yeah, that's little Suzuki there on your screen. The blue car is the ex-Ben Bowlby car. It's considerably smarter than it was, but unfortunately doesn't seem to work because it's broken. Baby Bertha, I hope, is merely scuffed, but there was one of those incidents that you do wonder. First corner of a 20-minute race, and now there's a hiatus in the programme, and 2 fewer cars on the grid.
And
where's Clive Anderson?
Just looking actually on our fixed circuit camera, we can see Clive Anderson crawling from Coppice down to the chicane, very, very slowly indeed. Now
he'd had a lot of work he was doing on the gearbox prior to this meeting. The car hadn't run for a while, and they'd been working on that, cutting new gears, all kinds of things. I mean, really serious surgery inside that gearbox.
Well, he's almost at the chicane.
That's right. That's Rudd, isn't it?
It is Rudd, yeah.
Yeah, Rudd's coming back.
Yeah, head on.
So where's Clive Anderson?
So Clive Anderson has disappeared. So we'll...
Yesterday's winner then appears to be out of contention. And here comes Richard Rudd coming into the pit lane.
He's got, by the looks of it, a front left puncture, which is hardly surprising given that he whacked Baby Bertha with that wheel. Of course, we should give him the benefit of the doubt. He may have had that puncture and that's what caused the incident. That's possible. It may have gone down as he turned in, but certainly no blame can be apportioned to poor Joe Ward.
And Neil Duke is sitting at the end of the pit lane with his with the Ford Anglia BDG, which is a super car, really nicely done.
We can see on our live stream pictures, if you are watching us on live stream, you can see yourselves that Baby Bertha being towed backwards across the gravel. But I'm pleased to say, Marcus, if you have a good look at that, that doesn't look to me to be damaged. I think he may have stopped just short of the barriers.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell from here, but
most of the bodywork is fiberglass, isn't it? So
yeah,
it would show damage.
There's some slight damage above the rear wheel arch. That's
yeah.
not sitting down correctly,
yeah.
but it's by and large Baby Bertha shaped,
yes.
which is the important thing. This is the car that Bill Blydenstein built with full backing from GM, and originally had a 5-litre Australian Holden Repco engine, cybercar engine that would have powered things like Elfins in Formula 5000. And it went through a number of hands after Jerry Marshall won absolutely everything in it. And it was for a while with Phil Barrack. Then it was owned by Martin Dilks from DB Motors in Leicester up this way. Paul Hayward Halfpenny drove it. And then Joe Ward's had it a very long time. But unfortunately, its run today looks like it's over. And we're left with very few cars on the grid. We're left with 8 cars on the grid and 1 in the pit lane.
Well, Jerry Marshall was well known for his flamboyant driving style and flamboyant out of the car as well. Great character, always good fun to interview after races. Out of, gosh, how many? 600 odd races.
600 odd wins.
Wins, yeah. Tremendous driver.
Started racing a Mini back in about 1964, didn't he? Something like that with David Wansborough.
And he was very strongly linked with the Vauxhall Mark, having driven the more standard cars.
Pipa GTs, Forenzas.
Yeah, actually saw him come 2nd overall at the Spa 24 Hours in 1975, I think it was, sharing with Peter Brock. And that was quite something, because a huge entry, 60+ cars.
What, in a Magnum or a Forenza or something?
In a Magnum, yeah, absolutely in a Magnum, in DTV colours. And he also raced in, as we've said, in the special saloons in Baby Bertha, which was built for him by Bill Blydenstein. There was also a Big Bertha as well, which was the Ventura, the big 4-door family saloon car, which unfortunately...
There's Clive Anderson. Clive Anderson's car, I can see, is into the safety slot. That's on the exit of the old hairpin. That's presumably had some kind of mechanical failure, unfortunately. So yesterday's winner is out of contention. Jerry Marshall, yes, he was incredibly versatile. Did a race in a Formula Ford Lotus 61 at one point, and very famously won the final race at Crystal Palace in 1972. Now that was September 72, so that makes it 50 years ago this month.
Yeah.
That was driving the then Hexagon of Highgate owned space frame Lister Jag, the one which was originally the Le Mans Coupe, which Peter Lumsden and Peter Sargent took to Le Mans, and these days is back as a coupe, and we see it regularly in historic events such as Goodwood Revival, which is of course next weekend.
And yeah, Jerry Marshall, the Big Bertha was the Ventura, as I was mentioning. That, unfortunately, after a mechanical fault, Jerry driving on the long straight down to Woodcote Corner, which at the time was a slightly over square right-hander. It's changed now with Brooklands and Luffield, but then it was just a straight run down, turn right at Woodcote, and he crashed on the left-hand side into the field, and the car was completely destroyed. And thankfully, Jerry walked away. It was very, very well built. And then there was also Mega Bertha, which was a third and even more powerful car. Which
that was never built. It was a kind of a design exercise that was they thought about and didn't finish it, and it's been finished in recent years by Rick Wood.
It's being
so it's a runner these days.
Yeah,
I can see that you've got Miles Castaldini down there, the Motorsports racer and sometime Formula 2 Brabham pilot, down there with David Beattie with the Chevrolet LS7 powered Marsh Plant Aston Martin, another car then from Jerry Marshall's past.
Yes, that had a was it an oil problem? It was smoking, wasn't it, yesterday?
Yeah, it had a little oil leak onto the exhaust. That's what that was. They were also working on the front brakes of that in the paddock last night. Roy Davis alongside with this intriguing concoction, the Triumph 2000 or 2500, but with the 4-litre straight 6 Ford engine out of an Australian Falcon. He's brought this car over from Brisbane in Australia. He's going to leave it over here so he can play when he comes up. He's an expat Brit anyway, but been living down in Oz for a very, very long time. Jerry Burgoyne, the 22 car, that's the Davrian Solo Stiletto, ex-Charles Barter car. And this is a fascinating machine, and fascinating history as well, because Jerry, who had an Escort before, Richard Rudd has now appeared in the pit lane, so whatever they've done, put another tyre on it, I suppose. He's ready to go again. Jerry works out at sea, and he's one of these sort of master pilots who arranges to dock boats, etc., and ships, and so comes back when he's back on leave and races his cars. The big Rover-powered MGB, Phil Walker. His car's been around a long time. Robert Frost's been a long time around as well, with that black fake snake, the Dax Tajiro. Push start then for Danny Morris, and they're lined up behind the pace car. Wonderful races for these cars at the Alton Park Gold Cup back at the end of July. A monster field there, and Chris Southcote prevailed with his more powerful Lenham Sprite, but he brought the Vauxhall engine one here, but that had engine problems yesterday. Running the Millington one there, and it was phenomenally quick.
So a somewhat depleted field follows the pace car around. All cars will start on a rolling start today. There are no standing starts, so they do one full lap of the circuit, and then the pace car pulls into the pit lane, at which point control passes to the pole position car to keep the cars in line, and then, assuming the red lights go out, they go racing.
I'm intrigued to see what progress Richard Rudd makes his first meeting with the CSCC, and might be one or two discussions after this race, given that we had that red flag before. It's a Sonny Howard space frame RSR Escort with a turbo Ford YB engine, it making about 400 horsepower. It's super light, and it's very drivable the power delivery on that. It's not overly powerful. You can make well over 500 horsepower with them, but by having it turned down, it remains very torquey. There's no lag as such. There's the big fake Cobra.
Well, certainly Richard Rudd's driving style seems to suit the way that car delivers its power, because he likes to drift the car through the corners with the...
Yeah, he's done some of the CNC Heads races at Alton Park with it, which one that Rick Wood's company supports.
So sadly we've lost Clive Anderson, who was starting 11th, having won the race yesterday. We know not why, but some sort of mechanical failure. He's been pushed behind the barriers. And we've also lost Joe Ward in Baby Bertha, unfortunately, after that first corner incident.
That was a likely podium car today.
And we've also lost the little Suzuki of Paul Turner, who pulled into the pits.
Tom Carey then in the BDA-powered Honda, not the full BDG since the fire at Thruxton earlier. And there goes Richard Rudd again. He's already through 3 or 4 cars. The 1 litre imp being gobbled up down the... but Rudd's been kind of stuck behind Frost Cobra going through the first corner. Neil Duke trying to go with him. His company makes special effects stuff for the film industry, and there's the Spirit of RPM Peugeot, run in memory of Danny Morris's brother Ricky Parker Morris, who passed away just over a year ago of COVID, unfortunately. And there's Danny Morris is in the publishing business. He's up front. Tom Carey second. There's Martin Reynolds running the Holbay engine in his Escort this week, and not the full-blown Big Bang of Millingtons or Smith & Jones engines that he has as well. He's got a range of these number 27 fast Fords. There's the angle box with the Chevy-powered Aston Martin behind it of David Beattie from Northern Ireland. There's Tom Carey in the chicane on the live screen streaming, with Martin Reynolds in behind with the Zippo Lighters livery on that number 27 car, construction man from Norfolk. But it's Danny Morris clear of Tom Carey, with Reynolds third, Rudd fourth, Walker fifth, Frost next. Then it's Duke, and Duke's being gobbled up in a straight line by David Beattie down the inside, but David's going to have to hit the anchors now on the Aston Chev. And then side by side, Jerry Burgoyne in the Solo Stiletto, and Roy Davis in the Triumph Ford. At the back. Oh, and Rudd's locked up going down to the old hairpin. He's run really wide. He kept it on the island, but had to run over the curbs. And out front, it's the Peugeot that leads, chased by Tom Carey. Reynolds still is in third place.
Nice looking car, Reynolds' car, the Mark II Escort, which replaced the Mark I, which is what is behind. The Richard Rudd car is a Mark I. The Mark II launched a few years after the Mark I, but it remained in production through to the early 80s. And then, unfortunately, for those of us that enjoy driving rear-wheel drive cars, they went front-wheel drive with the Escort Mark III. The boxier shape of the Mark II coming into Redgate Corner, and followed by the more organic shape of the Mark I, especially with those bubble arches, and those two cars closing up. So Richard Rudd, car number 80, the car that's had quite a lively first couple of laps, seems to have got the car working to his liking now because he's not running wide at the old hairpin that time, but he's closing in on the Mark II, so we'll keep an eye. The fastest lap has been set by the leader, Danny Morris, a 1:15.172.
So it's about 3 seconds away from yesterday's best. Not under pressure at this point, but with 8.5 minutes still to go, there's Richard Rudd, who's closing in on the 27 car Martin Reynolds, going to sizzle past them in sitting duck in a straight line. In fact, Reynolds, it looks like at that point he might have a problem because he's progressing quite slowly down towards the chicane, and I think that's the last we're going to see of Martin Reynolds, unfortunately. He seems to have a big drama.
He's about to, yes, he is keeping to the left of the track, so Martin Reynolds, unfortunately, the cars from yesterday and now today were showing a little bit of weakness, and he comes in with no engine, just freewheeling along in the Mark II Escort, which moves Rudd had already got past, so he's in third. Up into fourth will come 83 Phil Walker in the 4.1 litre MGB, and in fact I was going to watch in the pit lane to see what work Martin Reynolds might be doing on his car, but he's gone straight into the paddock, so that is a complete retirement for Martin Reynolds, whatever the problem is. Maybe the gauge is showing him that the oil pressure had disappeared, so turn the engine off.
He races a lot of great cars. He's got a Mustang. I think he's building a Shelby Mustang as well from the 50s. He's got the amazing Ford Consul Classic, the Pro Consul, that came out at the start of the season just for a test, but has had engine problems and hasn't been run since. That's got a Ford Windsor V8 in it, just like all Ford Classics were supposed to. And there's Rudd in third place. He's a long way behind. What's he lapping in, Richard Rudd?
1:16s.
So yeah.
In fact, the fastest lap has been set now by the second placed car, number 31, Thomas Carey, who has done a 1:14.126, which has closed the gap down to just over 2 seconds to the leader, Danny Morris. But we know from yesterday's race that Danny Morris is capable of going faster than that.
Yeah, yesterday had one or two overheating issues with that car, the Peugeot, so he turned the boost down for the mid part of the race just to bring the temperatures back a little bit towards him, and then he wound the boost open again on the last lap with when Anderson was by, and set fastest lap, so it was just all being a bit careful. It's run by Chris Holmes, the Holmes Racing team car, and it's an absolute work of art. It's a great bit of kit.
So 5 laps completed by the two leaders. Rudd goes through in third place. His best lap of the race, a 1:15.1 for Richard Rudd, but that's somewhat slower than the two ahead, so the gap is opening up. It's about 7.8 seconds.
He's not to be confused with Ricky Rudd, the NASCAR racer who did more than 900 Nextel Cup or equivalent races over the years.
The fastest lap has gone to the leader now, Danny Morris, a 1:13.897. Just perhaps responding to Tom Carey getting a little closer last time around.
David Beattie now up behind Robert Frost, and the two big V8s, 8 litre and 7 litres respectively, thundering by. Neil Duke is in 7th place with his Ford Anglia, with the Formula 2 type Cosworth Ford BDG engine under the bonnet. Tom Carey comes past Jerry Burgoyne. And Jerry Burgoyne, I thought for a moment, might be coming to the pits, but he's not.
That's just a 1 litre engine in that imp, isn't it?
So, yeah, it's 1040 imp, which is that sort of oversize on the 1 litre.
Yeah, so he's giving away about 7 litres, isn't he, to the 8 litre DAX, or 8.2, so actually it is over 7 litres.
There were 875cc imps, weren't there? Then the 998, whatever it was taken to 1040, then 1142, I think it was about the next, which fitted into that mod sport category of 1100cc, then up to the 15 or 1600s after that. But yeah, imp engines are a little temperamental these days, but there are one or two very good specialist builders who eke a lot of power from them still.
The engine in Neil Duke's Anglia sounding very sweet indeed. 2 litre, that's the, is that a BDA?
That's BDG.
BDG,
yeah.
So that's the slightly later version.
Yeah, that's 1975 cc.
Used
sort of
in a lot of the very successful rally escorts in period, Mark II escorts.
Using the RS 1800s, weren't they, to take them out to a full 2 litres as the homologation allowed them to do. Yeah, Formula 2, 2 litre sports cars, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, a very successful engine designed by Cosworth for Ford. Cosworth being the company behind the all-conquering Formula 1 engine, the DFV as it was known.
Double 4 valve.
Yes.
A double 1500cc engine arranged as a V8, effectively. Two 1500 kind of FVAs. Arranged that in that form. One of them also powered a couple of super saloons, Colin Hawker's Ford Capri, and then the DFVW.
Mick Hill raced that for a while, didn't he?
I recall Mick Hill, who was local to here, and he was had 2 big V8 Capris, a Ford one and a Chevy one. Then he had the VW Beetle. Chevrolet he bought the Jaguar Chevrolet for a while. Then he ran the Skoda Phoenix and built a Donington GT BMW M1 as well. Son Craig races a Renault Clio with the 750 Motor Club.
Post office engineer from Derby, wasn't he?
From Draycott, indeed, not very far from here.
But he started racing in one of the very early special saloon cars, which was always known as the Janglia, which was an Anglia, rather like the white one we can see on the live stream screen, with a Jaguar engine.
Yeah, straight 6 XK engine there.
And very early days of special saloon racing, Mick Hill in that car. And one of the very first ones I recall being built was Doc Murfield, which he built a Mark I Cortina with a big V8 engine called the Fraud Cortina.
That's right.
And that really set the scene for special saloon racing, and then later the mod sports as well, where sports cars were developed with big engines.
These are real silhouette cars, aren't they? Yes, the mod sports was the regulations are much tighter. You had to have an engine from the same family as the original manufacturer. But some little things like Davrians always ran imps, but 1 or 2 late Davrians ran BMC engines in them as well. Yes, so lots of Porsches and Jaguar E-types and all kinds of things like that. And there's Ricky Morris continuing on his final lap now, and I would think he's coming up, yes, shortly to lap. David Beattie with the Aston Martin, the engineer from Northern Ireland, from Newcastle way. And there's Roy Davis's Triumph. Phil Walker behind him coming up to that, and that's Phil Walker, who also we've seen in historic Formula Ford 2000 with the Lola T580. And he tucks into Coppice Corner as we await the arrival of our race winner. Robert Frost ducks out from behind the Triumph there at that point, coming down towards the chicane then. Our race leader, 309, in the middle of this group, which is Danny Morris, in the spirit of RPM, the spirit of Ricky Parker Morris's late brother. Peugeot Cosworth comes through to win it from Tom Carey in the Honda CRX that looks a little like a Honda CRX if you look from probably the next country.
Yes.
And that's got all enclosed sort of bread van type tail on it. And finished 2.1 seconds behind.
Richard Rudd actually closed up at the end. He did his best lap of the race on the last lap at 1:14.1, but because Danny Morris and Tom Carey had both backed right off, he closed the gap down to 4.4 seconds. So last lap there for Rudd took him to within 4.4 seconds of Tom Carey. Sorry, 2.3 seconds of Tom Carey, 4.4 from the leader. So closed up at the end. So the finishing order, the winner 3:09, Danny Morris, 10 laps completed, also set the fastest lap with a 1:13.897. In second place, car number 31, which was Tom Carey in his Honda CRX. In third place, number 80, that's Richard Rudd in the 2-litre turbocharged Mark I Escort. And in fourth place, number 83, Phil Walker in the 4.1-litre MGB. And then in fifth place, the 154, the big Dax Tajero Cobra lookalike with the 8.275 litre engine. And behind Frost was Beattie, David Beattie, car number 55, the Marsh Plant Aston Martin with the 7-litre Chevrolet engine. In seventh place, number 66, the Anglia of Neil Duke. And in eighth place, number 22, Jerry Burgoyne's Stiletto Imp. And the final runner at the finish, 177, Roy Davis in the Triumph over from Australia. So as we did yesterday, we shall be inviting the top 3 to pull in at the head of the pit lane. And on this occasion, Marcus Pye will be down there with the radio microphone to have a chat with our 3 winning drivers, Danny Morris, Tom Carey and Richard Rudd.
Well, I'm down here in the pit lane with our top 3. The Spirit of RPM Peugeot, absolutely resplendent Holmes racing car, and Danny Morris popping his helmet, hands device and balaclava off. Well, that was an interesting one. Not quite how you thought it was going to pan out, Danny.
No, on the first start, I thought I need to get a good lead because in case I have overheating problems again. So I pulled what I thought was quite a good gap, and then obviously red flagged on the first lap. Sorry about everyone who's come off the track. I think Clive obviously had a problem.
I think he broke. He pulled off and was pushed behind the wall at the old hairpin.
Yeah, so that was a shame. Glad Richard got going again, and yeah, it would have been a lot closer, I think. But I still enjoyed it. It's a lovely track to drive, and Tom kept me honest. I kept him in the mirror, and every time I backed off a little bit, I saw him getting closer. So
temperature gauge a little better today?
No, still the same. Well, still it was a little bit better, but I wasn't pushing it quite so hard. So yeah, it made a bit of a difference.
Well, great double.
And I have to just quickly say that on the front of the car is Spirit of RPM, and Marcus, that was obviously your doing in memory of my brother. So thank you.
Yeah, my absolute pleasure. I'm sorry we had to do it, but now we've done it. So thrilled we did.
I'll carry on running that forever. So
thank you. That's wonderful. Cheers. That's Danny Morris, our winner. There's Tom Carey. Tom, yeah, you've had an up and down, topsy-turvy season, but this was one of your better days, wasn't it?
It definitely was, yeah. It kind of makes all the effort by all my very, very good friends worthwhile, definitely. Can't thank them enough. That's the only reason I'm here, no other reason.
Sadly, the Suzuki broke before the start.
I did see it on the side of the circuit there. It's very disappointing, because shame it couldn't have been two of us finishing, but that happens in motorsport, isn't it?
Special Saloons always was ever thus, wasn't it? You know, there was always a lot of work behind the scenes, always a lot of bitter disappointment, but the great days were still wonderful.
Absolutely, yeah. Unfortunately, these cars don't sit in the garage, get polished and come out the following week, do they? But that's life. Exactly.
Well done then, Tom Carey. You worked so hard with this Honda CRX with the BDA in it, and where's Where's Richard? Richard, perhaps you come and join us over here. Well, that was filled with drama, wasn't it? I mean, from the back of the field, you came through and you were vying for second place going into Redgate Corner at the start. What happened?
I think I washed it, is the honest answer. I need to go and have a chat with a few people, but yeah, something happened and I ended up taking out one of the other cars, or we had a bit of a collision.
It's the most famous super saloon car of all time.
Yeah, I have heard that, yeah. And did that on my debut with you guys.
And then you had a punctured tyre as a result of that, didn't you?
Yeah, I had a puncher. The lads managed to get me another tyre back on. It wasn't one of my favourites, but we managed to work it and managed with a result in the end. So hopefully I haven't caused too much damage to the other car, and we'll go and have a chat with him in a second. And,
all right, well, cars running on the circuit. Thank you very much. That's our top three: Danny Morris, Tom Carey and Richard Rudd.
Thanks very much, Marcus. Yes, obviously the organisers very keen to get the programme moving on, because we've lost quite a bit of time over the morning session and in that first race. So we've already got our next race out, which is the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops and the Mr Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup running together, sort of two races in one really. And we have a very full grid indeed, 35 cars due out on track. And in pole position, we've got number 5, Phil Briggs in his Seat Leon, and alongside 127, Firoz Bilamoria in his Scirocco. That's number 127. Onto the second row, we've got 81, Keith Issat in the Mini Clubman, the little estate Mini, and 17, John Wyatt in his Mini. And then on row 3, we've got number 1, and that will be started by Nigel Tong in the Scirocco, and 59, Andrew Marson in the first of the 3 Marson Fiats, the 500 Abarth. Onto row 4, and it's 666, Stephen Berry, and 7, which will be started by Lisa Selby. That's the Fiesta, number 7, Lisa Selby to start. Onto row 5, and it's number 12, Charlie Newton Darby in his Mini, and 33, Stuart Kilroy in his Peugeot 207. On to row 6 then, and it's 16, Tom Oakley, and 3, David Marson. Row 7 is 150, David Cox, and 26, Kevin Fulbrook. Row 8 is 190, Alan Lee, and 18, Matthew Shears. And we are racing already. It's a 40-minute race, which means that the pit stop will be between 10 and 25 minutes into the race. But down into Redgate for the first time, and it is actually Bilamoria who leads as they go through Redgate and head off down through Hollywood and into the Craner Curves, with Phil Briggs being outgunned on the run down. In fact, where is he? He's 4th now, Phil Briggs. So in second place is Keith Issat in the Mini Clubman, and in third place is John Wyatt in his Mini, the normal sort of saloon version. Then it is Phil Briggs in 4th place as they head up towards McLean's through the left-hander at Schwantz Curve and then right through McLean's, and it's still Bilamoria leading from Issat in second place. Third place is Wyatt. 4th is Briggs. Up to Coppice they go. Briggs is being challenged possibly by the Nigel Tongue starting in the Scirocco there, but we'll wait till they come back into sight before we pick up who is in that group. But there's about 6 cars in the lead group as they come down the straight towards the chicane for the first time. And it's Bilamoria who leads in the Scirocco, from Issat in the Mini, Wyatt in the Mini in third place. Then it's Phil Briggs, and it is indeed Nigel Tongue in 5th place in the blue and orange Scirocco. Then in 6th place is the first of our Fiat 500s, and that's the number 59 car from 6th on the grid, Andrew Marson, as they turn through Redgate for the second time. So Bilamoria leads from Issat, from Wyatt, then Briggs, Tongue and Marson in the top 6, and then in 7th place is number 666, Stephen Berry in his Mini. As they now go downhill into the old hairpin, which is not a hairpin if you've not been to Donington before. It's reasonably tight, but certainly not a slow corner at all. Good overtaking spot as well as they come up now to McLean's through the right-hander, and then they continue to climb to the highest point of the circuit, which is Coppice Corner, which is a double apex right-hander with a blind entry, so you sort of turn in knowing where the track is going to go, but you can't actually see the apex at all as they come down now the long straight towards the chicane. Another very good overtaking spot on braking for the chicane, but it looks like Villamoria is holding on to it from Issat in second, from Wyatt in third. Into fourth is Briggs, fifth is Tongue, and then the Fiat of Marson in sixth place, and completing the top 7 and still in touch with the leaders, Stephen Berry in his Mini. As they head off once again onto another lap, we've got other battles going on down the field, as always with Classic Sports Car Club, a fantastic range and variety of cars. Quite a lot of Minis in this particular race, a couple of Peugeots as well, and then we've got the Scirocco's near the front.
Yeah, the supercharged and turbocharged Minis, etc., are a good choice for this. We've also got the Puma Cup cars, haven't we? The Mr. Tyre Motorsport Puma Cups, and there's what, about half a dozen of those down the field. Pick them up as we go through.
Yes, leading the Puma Cup actually in 28th place overall is 196. That's John Glover, who's had 2 wins this year already. He had a couple of wins at Anglesey.
And he qualified on pole within that group by the looks of things.
So the leaders back up at Coppice, and no, they're not. They're already down at the chicane, looking in the distance there. So it's still the same order, with the Scirocco still leading of Villamoria, with Issat in second place in the Mini Clubman. But going for third place, Phil Briggs on the inside. Yes, he manages to get through. So that's Phil Briggs. Not a great start from pole position, down into fourth place, but now back up to third, and John Wyatt down to fourth with that move on the inside at Redgate. In fifth place is still the number 1 car of Nigel Tongue, who will hand over to John Hammersley, who's been racing for so many years, I've lost count.
It's something like 50, isn't it? I remember him in the Air Construct Fords back in the 1970s. Had a Capri, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
And yeah, club chairman of the CSCC.
Yeah, very, very quick. Still a very quick driver. Up to Coppice again for the leaders, and Phil Briggs is holding on to that third place. He's got a little bit of work to do to catch up with Keith Issat in the Mini Clubman, but he's got a clear track ahead of him. And Villamoria just starting to open up a little bit of a gap on the Mini in second place, then Briggs in third in the Leon. Seat Leon, and then the black and gold Mini of John Wyatt still in fourth place, with Nigel Tongue just keeping a watching brief at the back, just looking for an opportunity. And then Andrew Marson in the first of the Fiats next up, and completing the top 7 is the 666 Stephen Berry Mini, and a big gap behind him to the next car, which leads the mid-pack group. Look out for our leading Puma coming across the line. It was John Glover last time around. Should be coming across the line shortly, running in 28th place overall.
Got some Massa RX-8s as well. Two Pumas close together, another one not that far behind.
That's the first and second in the Puma Cup. So down into Redgate, John Glover is the leading car, the yellow car, and then the silver and blue Puma in second place is car number 100, which is the James Clare silver with blue check on it.
Yeah, they qualified just over half a second apart. Villamoria goes through then. He's stretching away from Phil Briggs, who's up now into second place. We've run, what, 5 laps now?
5 laps completed by the leaders, yes. Charlie Newton-Darby goes over the line in 8th place.
And he's normally a real contender in these races, so he was down in 9th in quali today. And the chase group on our live stream is Briggs, behind him, Issett. Then we've got Nigel Tongue with the ex-Cup spec VW Sirocco. They were winners at Thruxton earlier in the year, I remember.
They were, yes. That's their only win this year, actually.
Good day for Fives Garage, because Adam Brown won, didn't he, there as well, in one of the other classes.
The Puma Cup leaders go through as close as ever into Redgate, still led by John Glover.
The third and fourth of the Pumas aren't that far behind, but of course there's one of the Mazda RX-8 rotary rockets in there as well.
So the leader comes back over the line again, car number 127. Villamoria leads from Phil Briggs in second place, and up to third place has gone Nigel Tongue. So he's hopped past the 2 minis on that last lap. So we've got Scirocco leading, Leon leading Scirocco, leading Mini in the top 5. Marson starting to lose touch of it now, Andrew Marson in the Fiat 500 Abarth.
Three Marsons in this field, all in different Abarths.
And all entered as different cars as well.
Which is very odd, isn't
Yes.
it? Yeah.
Slightly different variations, perhaps.
On a theme. Quick little cars, those Fiat Abarth 500s,
Yes.
for road work. The slight problem is they seem to have a fuel tank the size of a shoebox, so they don't have a lot of range. But they are tremendous fun to drive.
And if you're watching our live stream, we've got the Puma Cup leaders on screen. This is the yellow and then the silver and blue Pumas. They're first and second in their race, which is a separate race within this race for the Puma Cup. So it's still John Glover leading the Pumas from James Clare in second. And then the third Puma actually is the next car back, but there's a little bit of a gap. And that is the 175 John Bolt Puma, who's he's had a win earlier this year at Thruxton. So we've had 7 laps completed. The fastest lap sits with the leader, Villamoria, with a 1:20.291. which compares with his qualifying time of 1:20.099, so not far off qualifying pace in this race. And some great colour schemes in a lot of the races today, actually. The more modern cars seem to have these with the advent of wraps rather than paint being used, I guess. They're able to put lots more onto the cars, and it's great colours on many of the cars, with the notable exception, actually, of Charlie Newton Derby, whose Mini is pretty much flat black. There go the Pumas again, past us here at the timing line, and it's still the yellow 196 of John Glover that leads. The leaders overall now coming through, and Feroz Villamoria is now pulling away from second place Nigel Tongue and straight into, oh, that's Keith Issett. Now, he looked like he was going to turn into Redgate, but suddenly turned left, and he's parked his car by the back door into the paddock, which is during the racing is actually sealed off, so he can't just drive into the paddock there. So that will create a yellow flag, which it has. He's going to hop over the barrier. They will be able to open the gate and just push him through. So this should be a reasonably quick recovery. And the pit window is open. So this may well trigger some early pit stops, especially if the clerk of the course deems it necessary to put anything more than just a local yellow out, which I doubt, because that's been recovered now. Very great work from the marshals, as always. One car that did come into the pits, I assume, for the mandatory stop is the 190 Mini of Alan Lee. And also in is the leader overall, and following Villamoria into the pits comes the leader of the Puma Cup, the 196 Puma of John Glover. Both of those are solo drivers, so they won't be changing. Also in is Phil Briggs, car number 5, who was on pole position. Now, this is a time to, if you haven't watched Classic Sports Car Club racing before, and perhaps you weren't watching yesterday on the live stream, or you're here today at the circuit and haven't been to a Classic Sports Car Club meeting, all the longer races, the 40-minute races, have a mandatory pit stop window from 10 minutes through to 25 minutes into the race. Everybody has to come in that window and change driver, or if they're not changing driver, just obviously the solo driver stays in the car. But we also have time penalties added to some of the drivers because of previous success. And this helps to keep the racing varied in that one person will accumulate a lot of time penalties if they keep winning. So the time penalties in this race, number 1, Nigel Tongue and John Hammersley will stop for an additional 30 seconds. Phil Briggs, who's, I think he's been in, done his stop, yes he has. He had an extra 30 seconds to serve. Carl Chambers, who is the most successful driver in terms of past wins, Carl Chambers has 60 seconds additional to serve. And finally, number 666, Stephen Berry, he has an extra 30 seconds to serve because he won last time out at Donington Park. And those drivers that have the extra penalty must stop at the... Oh, and Phil Briggs is in trouble. He's just been into the pits, done his mandatory stop, and now he's crawling. He hasn't come into the pit lane, so presumably he's trying to do a reset, but he's going to pull... That's a very odd decision not to come into the pit lane, because now he's stopped on the track, which is going to cause a headache for the marshals, because they can't easily get that car off the track. He's got the car going again, has he?
You do wonder with those sort of things whether he's knocked a master switch off or a fuel pump or something like that, in which case it'll pick up on its own again once he's fiddled with all the thing, or just a short circuit somewhere, a fuse blown. So many reasons behind this, but you can't help but thinking he'd been better off in the pit lane.
Absolutely, because then he could have had his team come out to him.
And what we might, again, safety car now, got a safety car now because of that.
So that will definitely trigger everybody else to come into the pit lane once they see the safety car boards, because there is a big advantage in coming into the pit lane during a safety car, because you lose less time. Well, you don't lose less time, it's exactly the same time, but the cars don't move as far on the track under a safety car, so you lose less track position. That's very unfortunate.
Carl Chambers, who's got this minute to serve with his stop, he qualified, actually he was the last driver to qualify, wasn't he? So he had big problems with that Pug Sport Peugeot. And it's a quick car. Where's he up to now? Car number 72.
He's 29th.
So he's still down the order. So whatever the problem was, it's not going away.
We've also got 2 cars off at McLean's. So there was much more of a reason for the safety car than just Phil Briggs parked on the pit straight. To be fair to him, he wasn't the only. It wasn't the only transgression. 2 Pumas, 2 blue Pumas, were sideways across the track. One has been returned to the track by the marshals, pushing through the gravel. The other one is being recovered with the snatch vehicle. It isn't a Puma, is it, actually?
That looks like a Puma over there.
That was a Puma, yes. But the other one is a bit of a longer distance away. And into the pit lane has come Stuart Kilroy, number 33, in his Peugeot 207. Still trying to recover that car out at McLean's, and still Phil Briggs just sits on the pit straight, seemingly unable to do anything. So the marshals now, with the safety car on the track, they're able to push him backwards so that he can get into the pit lane entry. And into the pits has come Nigel Tongue, And I think I was in the middle of telling you that what they have to do when they have a time penalty for previous success, they have to stop at the start of the pit lane under our commentary box, serve their extra time there, so that it'll be 30 seconds for Nigel Tongue, and then they're released from there down to their normal pit box, and then they do their pit stop. So we should see Nigel Tongue making his way, and he has done. His pit box actually is just in front of the penalty box, so he's just gone forward a few yards. And long time racer and Classic Sports Car Club chairman John Hammersley is about to hop in, and he's away. So that's the number 1 Scirocco back out onto track. Meantime, it was a Puma. I was right, Marcus. It was a long way from the camera, but it is a Puma. And now we've got another car off, which is Dan. Is that Dan Brown? Dan
yes.
Bowen? Dan Bowen?
Bowen, is it?
Dan Bowd.
Dan Bowd,
sorry.
yeah, number 181. We can't see the number because the door's open.
That's it, number
There he goes, it's closed now.
Thank you, marshals. That looks like, yes, it's down at the where Keith Issat went off. So that's at the end, the start of Redgate, and it's the back entrance into the paddock.
This is another race of attrition, do you think?
A bit, isn't it? The snatch vehicle is returning to its post up at Coppice, and I suspect once that's back in position, unless something else goes off, we'll be back racing. So that'll be one more safety car lap.
We've covered how many so far?
We've got 12 laps completed, 20 and a bit minutes remaining in
Phil
the race.
Briggs' car just being pushed down the pit lane by a marshal.
Into the pits has come the number 3, David Marson Abarth.
That's the last of the cast of that team's cars to stop.
And there are a couple of other cars that are due to stop. The pit window is open for another 5 minutes, so there is time. But sorry if this is repeating my comments of yesterday, if you were listening yesterday, but when you've got a pit window like this, it's quite a risk to push to the last minute and come in on the last possible lap, because if a safety car is put out, you can take twice as long to do a lap and then miss the pit window. So it's prudent to come in a little early, although on this occasion, because the safety car's already out, the decision's pretty easy to make. Although we've still got number 58 needs to come in, which is Miles Mosley's Peugeot, and also 117, that's a Mini, isn't it? The Jonathan Salem started that, James Poulton to take over. 117 also owes us a pit stop, but otherwise everybody's come in now. Safety car lights are out, so those 2 cars are going to lose more time because they didn't come in under the safety car. Safety car pulls in, and they hadn't picked up the leaders, so in fact it's a Puma that leads the pack, but we'll shortly get the overall leaders coming through. Here's Billamoria now.
They don't have to pick up the leaders, do they? It's ideal if they can, but often you see them picking up whoever is convenient and then waving those cars past to the point when they're told it's safe to do so, and until the leader is sitting behind them.
On this occasion they didn't wave anybody by because I think they're just keen to get cars racing again, and so Billamoria I think will be the net leader, although Marson is shown as the leader at the moment, but I think that may have been quite a late pit stop for them.
Yeah, I mean I've certainly saw 2 of the Abarths going out together at one point, and there are 3, but I thought the third one had now stopped.
So we'll see. It'll take a lap to shake down the pit stops as I say, we've still got a pit stop owed for number 58. Unless it didn't trigger the transponder in the pit lane. Miles Mosley in the Peugeot 208. We have seen that before, where we didn't get the timing screen updated with the pit stop, when in fact the driver had done the pit stop. And somebody goes straight on at the chicane. That's one of the Fiats. We'll see who that is when it comes round the corner. It isn't one of the Fiats, it was actually number 58, the one I mentioned, so it's the Peugeot. For some reason he went straight on at the Roberts chicane and then came back onto the circuit and into the pit lane, so a bit of a strange one there. But the pit window is still open, so no harm done for the number 58 Miles Mosley car. Completes its stop. The driver has to get out and get back in again in this particular race, the pit stop regulation, even if they're not changing drivers.
At 15 laps, it is Feroz Billamoria, who's been sort of racing GTs over the years, raced Fiestas at one point, karts I think before that, and he was on the verge of landing a BTCC deal, wasn't he, at one point, but I haven't seen him in this Sirocco before. That's a very nicely turned out car.
There's 16 minutes remaining in the race. The pit window will close in a minute, but everybody's been in to do their stops, and after the stops the order is Feroz Billamoria, number 127, leads.
Now the black Fiat is nosed into that tyre block on the apex of the chicane. That's what that is. You just said you saw a Fiat go off, you thought, and that would be it.
And that's the 69 car. Is it 69? 59.
59.
That's Andrew Marson. So that's the car that was in the lead group in the early stages. So a problem there for him. I think it was actually the Peugeot that went straight on at the chicane. That was a couple of laps ago. But, so Billamoria leads. From second place now is the number 17 Mini of John Wyatt. He was in the lead group early on. Then it's the 666 of Stephen Berry, another Mini, and then number 33, which is Stuart Kilroy's Peugeot 207. But look out for John Hammersley in car number 1. He's currently in 7th place, but he had that extra 30-second penalty on his stop, so he will have dropped down the order, which is the idea of the success penalty. So Billamoria goes through, the leader, and the lead is 10 seconds over second placed John Wyatt in the Mini, number 17. That's just coming towards us. It's actually in that pack of many other Minis in second place. There goes John Hammersley, charging along down the pit straight towards Redgate, and he's still in 7th place, but his next target is Charlie Newton Darby in the black Mini, which is just ahead of him in Redgate, so he may well move up a place as they go down through the Craner curves, or maybe up through Schwantz into McLean's. Look out for the black Mini, just caught up behind a Golf at the moment. There's, if you're watching on the live stream, number 12, Charlie Newton Darby, is in 6th place. In 7th place is the blue and orange number 1 Scirocco of John Hammersley. Up through McLean's, not managed to catch yet, so Charlie Newton Darby sticking with that number 150 Golf, which in fact is in 5th place, so that's the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th place as the 623 Mini pulls off.
Yeah, the novice Mini pulled out to get out of the way, I think, of the group of cars that was behind.
So coming down to complete another lap, the number 17 in 2nd place, in fact, has just been passed just as they went down into Redgate by 6.66 into second place, and that's the Mini of Stephen Berry, but they're very close. Now, Berry had a 30-second penalty in his pit stop, so he's done well to stay up with the lead group. Hammersley remains in 7th behind Newton Darby, who in turn is behind Cox in that close battle for 5th place, and a second ahead of them is the 4th place car, which is the number 33 Peugeot of Stuart Kilroy.
Yeah, Hammersley's more than holding his own, isn't he, in the Sirocco number 1. Seems to be moving strongly.
Charlie Newton Darby has got past the Cox Golf, but John Hammersley hasn't managed to get through yet, so that's for 5th, 6th and 7th. So Hammersley in the blue Scirocco tracking the white and black Golf down the long straight into the braking area for the chicane. And Charlie Newton Darby just ahead of them. And his next target is the 33 Peugeot, the red car, which is just ahead. So all 4 of them now turning into Redgate. Great battle this for the placings below the podium.
Yeah, it's a good crack. There's lots of variety in that group as well.
And the podium positions, certainly no doubt about the leader, Bill Amoria, who has a 22-second lead, but behind, great battle going on between John Wyatt in his Mini, number 17, and 666, which is the other Mini of Stephen Berry.
They've passed and repassed, haven't they, those two in recent laps?
So that's for the 2nd and 3rd place overall, with 10 minutes and a bit of change left in the race. Pit window remains open for another 20 seconds or so. So we're looking now at the timing line for number 17 to come through, which will be in 2nd place. And 666, there's 17 going across the line. 666 being dropped a little now, so the 17 Mini in a strong 2nd place. John Wyatt in his black and gold Mini.
Hammersley's made a place. He's passed Kilroy, but Kilroy back on the inside there, I think has got it back at Redgate. Hammersley faster out of the corner though. Meanwhile, the other Sirocco is towards half a lap ahead. 1:27. Firo's Billy Moria.
Charlie Newton Darby in the number 12 Mini. We, I think, commented earlier on, didn't we, that we expected him to be further up the order. He was, where did he, qualified 9th. No, it wasn't bad in qualifying actually, but he's up in 4th place now, but he's trying to stay ahead of this close battle behind, which is John Hammersley, the Golf number 150 of David Cox, and also the 33 Peugeot. I think that's been passed and is being dropped now, though, the Peugeot of Stuart Kilroy.
Yeah, talking Peugeots, the Pug Sport car of Chambers, Carl Chambers, number 72, up into 13th now. His last lap at 1:20.947, and that is quicker than the race leader last time round, who was in the 21s. He's quicker than every car on the circuit. So that yellow and blue Pug Sport Peugeot, Carl Chambers, whatever the problems were earlier on, it's now refound its mojo and is pushing hard. He's got what, a bunch of minutes still left, 8 minutes left in which to get up into the top 10. He'll do that, I'm sure, but of course he is currently showing a lap down on the leaders, and that's going to limit his progress.
Meanwhile, the battle for 4th and 5th rages on. It's now Charlie Newton-Darby in the number 12 black Mini and the blue, orange and dark blue Scirocco of John Hammersley, number 1, just behind as they come up through Coppice and onto the straight once again. And John Hammersley keeps to the inside of the track. He's going to try and outbrake CND into the chicane. There's a slower car ahead of them, but I don't think they'll catch that before they get to the chicane. Hammersley tries as hard as he can on the brakes into the chicane, but he doesn't make it. So Charlie Newton-Darby stays in that 4th place as they cross the timing line once again. And John Hammersley regroups for another try. He's going a little bit wider into Redgate, pulling across, but he's not as quick down that section of the track as Charlie Newton-Darby is. So they go through Redgate out onto the Craner curves once again, the wonderful sweeping downhill run into the old hairpin. Newton-Darby still behind that slightly slower car. He manages to get through on the run into the old hairpin. The number 12 Mini remains in 4th place. The number 1 Scirocco in 5th. But Firoz Bilamoria is very much in control of this race with 6 1/4 minutes remaining. We're waiting for the 2nd place car to come through, and here he is. It's the number 17 black and gold John Wyatt Mini that crosses the line some 29 seconds behind the leader. Then in 3rd place is the 666 Mini of Stephen Berry, who, don't forget, has overcome a 30-second time penalty in the pit stop. So to be running 3rd, very good indeed.
Yeah, Hammersley is within 2 seconds of the 4th place car now, Charlie Newton-Darby, but last time round CND did his best lap of the race. Here's Billy Moria down the inside, another lap car, coming up to complete lap 24.
And he goes straight on, outbraked himself into the chicane there.
Just as well you've got 27 seconds lead then, or whatever it is.
Yeah, a little bit less now. So I think that was just trying to lap a car going into the chicane, just got a little bit on the outside. Perhaps a little bit dirty out there. But no harm done for Firoz Bilamoria, so remains in the lead.
A 1:29 lap that was, as a result of that little indiscretion down at the chicane.
2nd place Stephen Wyatt comes through. See what the gap, it was 29 seconds and a bit, it's now 24, so yep, 5 seconds lost there in that little moment at the chicane. The 3rd place 666 Stephen Berry, then it's Charlie Newton-Darby and John Hammersley. Let's have a check on their relative times. They're 1:20, 1:22, 1:23, 1:25 for Stephen Berry. So with 4 minutes remaining, it's going to be tight. But Charlie Newton-Darby, who's having to drive very quickly indeed to stay ahead of John Hammersley, are closing in on Stephen Berry in this very late stage of the race. And that's for the final podium spot.
Billy Moria has now found himself back with the car he tried to lap last time round, by the looks of things. The orange fronted Golf, which is number 42, isn't it? That's the Butchers.
And he gets through safely on the run down the pit straight into Redgate.
It's Andrew Butcher in that car now. Dawn started it.
So next over the line should be Stephen Wyatt, and we've got just about 3 1/4 minutes remaining. Stephen Wyatt crosses the line in 2nd place. In 3rd place and closing in on him, there's the 666 crossing the timing line now, Stephen Berry. There goes Charlie Newton-Darby and John Hammersley. What was Stephen Berry's last lap time, a 1:23.7, so he's upped his pace a little bit. Charlie Newton-Darby 1:22.1, his best lap of the race. and John Hammersley within 0.005 of a second of the same time as Charlie Newton-Darby, so they're running at the same pace, which was a 1:22.1. So they took 1.6 seconds out of Stephen Berry on that last lap, and they are now 3 seconds behind. So it's definitely on, because we've got at least 2 more laps.
Yep, it's certainly doable. And we look up for Ferro's Billy Moria. So I recall him competing on the fringes of the BTCC package quite a long time ago, in fairness, but good to see him back in the saddle. But that battle behind is quite engaging now. How's the Puma Cup group faring down the order?
It's Claire leading now.
Is it?
Number 100. That's James Clare. Newton-Darby goes through. I think Stephen Berry has got the message. He's just done a 1:22.8, which is not his fastest lap, but a very quick lap. So I think he's got the message that Newton-Darby and Hammersley were bearing down on him.
It's not bearing down on them quite so strongly now, are they?
No. Their times are the same, but his has speeded up. So Billy Moria completed 26 laps, and coming round to complete lap 27 with 51 seconds on the clock. So this is now the last lap. And the fastest lap, I think, might be questionable, because it's a car down in 20th place, number 117.
I noticed that. That's the Salem and Poulton car, isn't it?
Yeah.
117.
Some 2 and a bit seconds quicker than the leader, so it's probably a rogue time there. And John Hammersley now is tantalisingly close to Charlie Newton-Darby, but just can't get close enough to have a go as they go into Redgate. That's for 4th and 5th places. He may get an opportunity as they go through some traffic. We saw that yesterday, with places changing due to drivers being out fumbled by slower cars.
Yeah, there's 0.6 between them now, isn't it? And Hammersley took 7/10 out of Charlie Newton-Darby last time round. Billy Moria, meanwhile, comes down into the chicane, our race leader, in that kind of lime green sided Sirocco. He completes his 28th lap with a 1:21.560. Carl Chambers is up into 9th place with the Pug Sport car, but the checkered flag, I note, is out, and it's been put out. Did it greet Billy Moria?
Yes, I think it I
yes,
saw
I
it
hope
come
so.
out. Yes,
yep,
yes, it did.
That's
yeah.
good. He's through then safely. Wyatt is second. Gap back to him was 29.7 seconds. And we wait for the rest. Oh, look at that. That was Berry was 3rd in 6.66. 4th was Newton-Darby, and 5th Hammersley, 6 Cox. So they're all coming in then. It's 127 Billy Moria, who's won the race from 17 Wyatt, 666 Berry, 4th was Charlie Newton Darby in 12. Fifth, number 1, Nigel Tongue, and his father-in-law, John Hammersley. And in 6th place, number 50, 150, in fact, that is, which is David Cox with his VW Golf GTI. 33 Kilroy is 7th, 18 Shears 8th, 72 Chambers from the back of the field up into 9th place, and 3rd in Class D. And in 10th place, Dawn and Andrew Butcher in the number 42 car, which is another Golf GTI. So Russell's gone down to catch up with our winners down in the pit lane. Looks like 28 cars finished that race.
I'm with Firoz Bilamoria. Good race. You were under pressure early on, but you seemed to get a really good lead at the pit stops.
Yeah, well, I think I made a good start, and then I pitted, and we practiced the pit stops a few times just to make sure that we weren't rushing in order to get it right and not fumble. So yeah, I think I had a bit of an unfair advantage though, because I think the other two cars perhaps had a bit of a penalty from the last race as well. But yeah, it was good fun, great.
Good to see you out racing. Marcus Pye thinks you may not have been racing for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, I used to race in the British GTs a while ago, and then more recently I've been just come out with the Scirocco in the Club Sport Trophy, and thought it'd be good to try the CSCC rounds.
Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been great. I think I'll be back for Silverstone.
Good. Well, we like to see you. Well done, Philip. That's the 127 VW Scirocco. We'll just wait for the other two drivers to get their helmets off. It's Firoz Bilamoria, our winner. Thank you very much. And I'll pick up John Wyatt next, because he's got out of his car. The smart black and gold. John, you weren't actually in touch with Firoz much, but you were being caught from behind a little bit in the middle of the race, and then you seemed to up your pace a little bit.
Definitely, yeah, it was brilliant. I enjoyed every minute of it. It was fantastic. Best day so far.
There's nothing like a full grid, is there, for a good race?
Brilliant. And the CSCC, brilliant. It was great. I really enjoyed every minute of it. It's fantastic.
Have you raced the Mini in the Mini Challenge, or just in this type of race?
I started racing at 59.5 years old, and I'm 61 now. So this is it, first time.
You're a youngster.
Yeah, still a young man.
Thanks, John. Thank you very much. That's second place for John Wyatt, and I'll just get my way through. A shake of the hands between John Wyatt and Stephen Berry, who finished in third place. Stephen, that was some comeback. You had a 30-second pit penalty, didn't you?
I've just asked the marshal if I was in trouble. Is that why I'm here? Because I had one track limits flag notified to me. Excuse me, I've got to drive over. But I really don't know how I made it through to third. I think coming in at the right time with the safety car just played off just right for me.
Were you aware of the two behind you that were catching at one stage?
Was one of them Charlie Newton Darby? I had a feeling that I could see him in the mirror, I could feel him. I thought, just keep going, don't let anyone pass you then. Because sometimes you lose where you are on the track. So.
Well, you upped your pace at the end, which kept them behind you because they were catching, and John Hammersley was in there as well.
Yeah, the more I was pushing, the scruffier I seemed to get on some bends. I'd pay off on some bends, but overall that time was slower. And I could see pointers where I'm passing marker posts, and I could see where cars were catching me and stuff, and I knew I was losing time there. So I just had to be a bit neater in the end. There was a 5 or 6 second misfire at one point, and then it just disappeared. So I don't actually know what that was all about. It might have been just telling me to slow down and go steady, I don't know. But yeah, come through in the end, obviously. And I'm here, amazingly.
Well done, Stephen Berry in third place. In second place, John Wyatt, and our winner, Firoz Bilamoria. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you very much. And that was race 8 on our programme. So we've got the cars lining up now for the next event, which is 9. And let's look to see where we are. This is the Coward Sport tin tops. Had the turbo tin tops, now we've got the Atmo tin tops. And the first row will be 86 and 888. 86, Nigel Ainge, starting the Honda Integra that he shares with Danny Cassar. And alongside the 888 car is Andrew Windmill, who always flies in this little Honda Civic Leggera, and he's a regular winner in this series. Second row is 6, Russell Hurd in an Integra, and 56, Adam Brown in a Fiesta, who won back at Thruxton. 84 is Nigel Tongue, and he's jumped cars for this next one into the 84 Peugeot 306 from the Air Constructor team. We saw him in that previous race with his father-in-law. And then 27, James Slater with his Honda Civic. The next row, row 4, is 112, Manoj Patel with his Civic, and 14, Steve Papworth with a Civic. Long-time Ford racer, Steve Papworth. And then 777, which is Michael Dwayne with a Renault Clio, and 49, which is Dave Hutchins in a Civic. Then we go to 34, which is Peter Parkin with a Peugeot 306 GTI6 it's called, and then 318, Richard Bethel with his Renault Clio 172. Next row is 2, Blair Roebuck with his Honda Civic, and 420, which is Kev Smith at the wheel of a Honda Civic Type R. The 8th row is 101, which is the car of Johnson and Pierce, and that will be a Honda Civic Type R, Stephen Johnson and Hugh Pierce. 71 alongside Dan Ludlow and Stuart Emmett, and they are in an MG ZR this year, not the well-remembered Honda. Then we have 205, which is Nick Miller, Peugeot 205 GTI, and 55, which is the Fletchers, James and Steve, an Alfa Romeo 33. Then we have 23, which is the car of Paul Anderson, John Baker, Renault Clio 172, and 192, which is Cade Banks at the wheel of a Renault Clio. The 11th row is 45, Alan Wiltshire, Ford Fiesta, and number 50, which is Simon Stowe, to be joined by Justin Potter, Renault Clio 172. Row 12 is 21, which is Christopher Herwood, driving a Ford Fiesta ST, and 41, which is Michael Peters with a similar car. We then go to row 13, number 40, which is David Sharp and Neil Bannister, MG ZR, and 177, which is Catherine Henderson and Alan Tice, her father. And usually we see Alan in the Marcos, which he had problems with yesterday, unfortunately, but has shared with, we've lost one of the cars. 14 is so that's the next race, I think. Then we've got 57, Gregory Smith, Ford Fiesta ST. 37, Stephen Routledge. He is in a Ford Fiesta ST. 133 is Alan Walker, and he's in a Honda Integra DC2. And 75 is Lee Craddock with his Honda Civic Type R. Then we have 751, Harry Nerger, who we see in historic racing, driving a Jarrett Jupiter. And Harry Nerger in 751, Ford Fiesta ST. A roof over his head would be interesting. 70 is Chris Waltenspool, and he is driving another ST. Supertune Motorsport car. We get towards the end now. We've got 5, Andrew Rollison with a Ford Ka. 65, which is the Bonsor family, Scott and Kelly Bonsor's MG ZR. And then we have on the 18th row Paul McDonald in that 95 car, which is a Ford Fiesta SI. So that's our pack. They're shortly to be dispatched. Here they come out of the out of the assembly area behind us, and it is the Nigel Ainge, Danny Cassar Honda Integra which leads them out. Great looking car this, and hopefully it's become a little bit more reliable. It's fast and furious, the Hillwood Autos car, but there it is. Alongside him then the Civic Type R. So it's an Integra Type R and a Civic Type R on the front. The turquoise over white Integra, number 86, and then 888 Andrew Windmill, and the super successful Civic. And Andrew Windmill has a 30-second penalty, 888. 56 Adam Brown for Thruxton has a 30-second penalty. 178 Rob Phillips has an Anglesey penalty. 113 Stephen Reynolds, John Ridgeon. They're not running this weekend, neither of those two. Nigel Ainge, Danny Cassar has 30 seconds for winning at Brands Grand Prix Circuit. Class A, Alfie Jones, 30 seconds for winning at Castle Combe. And in Class E, Chris Warburton for winning at Alton Park. So there's a lot of extra stoppages to make, or extra time in the pits at that mandatory stop. The race will be run over 40 minutes, and they're heading around McLean's up towards Coppice now. The plain white Integra is Russell Hurd in P3. And there we go, 66 Ainge and 888, which is Windmill. The Alpha 33 is an unusual car in the middle of it, white car. Down the middle of the pack. Gap between the leaders in qualifying was 0.5 or so, 0.568 to be absolutely precise. And Russell Hurd certainly in touch with the second of the Integras. And they come through the chicane. The pace car has peeled off, and the leader is controlling the pace, the pole man. Now slowed down, and away they go, and a quick start by Andrew Windmill on the outside takes the 888 car. In fact, the pole car's back in 4th or 5th place because it's Russell Hurd through in 2nd place. We've got silver Honda coming round the outside in 3rd, and I reckon that Nigel Ainge is down to about 5th place. That really wasn't his finest start, but in fact he's worse off than that, because 5th, 6th, he's 7th in the Craner curves, and not even having to extend the car yet, but maybe just concentrate to get those tyres warm, particularly the front ones. There's the Alpha going through the outside of the old hairpin. 40 there was looking quite interesting, side by side through the old hairpin. That was 40, that was the Sharp and Bannister MG down the field. But as they come through Coppice for the first time, it certainly is Andrew Windmill who leads it, and that's the Airconstruct Peugeot of Nigel Tongue there, which lurched a bit wide, having tried to overtake on the inside through Coppice. But down they come then to the end of the first lap, and it's Andrew Windmill who leads from Adam Brown. Adam Brown in the Fives Garage prepared Fiesta, 2nd place. Russell Hurd is 3rd. Then it is James Slater from 6th on the grid. He's up into 4th position. Then we've got Bethel going really well from 12th on the grid. 318, which is Richard Bethel, is up into 5th place ahead of McDwayne in the Renault Clio.
And a kind of a double penalty for Nigel Ainge, isn't it? Because he has a 30-second success penalty to serve when he's in the pit, so he really needs to be out front, like Andrew Windmill, who also has a 30-second success penalty when he gets to his pit stop. But he's done the right thing and got out front and trying to make a break. Adam Brown is the other driver with a penalty in the Fiesta. He took the win at Thruxton earlier in this year. The rest of the field streaming through. Another big field. What have we got? 35 cars in this race. Almost a maximum as the leaders come back down towards us to the chicane. And Andrew Windmill it is who has extended his lead over Adam Brown in second place. In third place is the all-white Integra of Russell Hurd. Russell Hurd can expect an offer from Marcus Pye for that car, because that's his favourite sort of car.
Yep, it's nice plain canvas. The paint job as well. Yep, I'll be queuing up with my rather feeble checkbook. Maybe weekly terms for the rest of my life.
That's it. And Nigel Ainge, how's he doing? Well, he is down in 7th place. No improvement from the starting position where he dropped back to 7th as they were going down into the old hairpin. No improvement there, still in 7th. But up one is the 777 Michael Dwayne Renault Clio, having got past the fast starting 318 Renault Clio of Richard Bethel. So a good sort of inter-Clio battle going on there.
Going down the order, Manoj Patel, who's had some very good races in the past, he qualified 7th. Manoj Patel down in 9th now, just ahead of Steve Papworth. Which was a long way from a Sierra Cosworth for Steve Papworth, who has been out in those over many years. Andrew Windmill.
Adam Brown in second. Those two leading cars both have a 30-second success penalty, which the Russell Hurd Integra does not have.
So do Russell Hurd rather well just to sit where he is if he can, and almost follow certainly Adam Brown in.
Nigel Ainge has got into the mix with those battling Clios, Dwayne, Bethel and Slater. So I think Nigel Ainge will find us up at least 2 places when they come back to the timing line. We can see him on the live stream ahead of one of the Clios, and also Manoj Patel in his Civic.
Going well for Nigel Ainge will be his co-driver Danny Casser, who's quick. He was quick back in the days of low cost and things like that. He's quick in anything he drives, so I think it'll come through the order at that point. But the Hillwood Motors Honda currently back down in 8th place, and Tung has come past him on that lap.
We'll see when they get back to us here. And here comes Andrew Windmill sailing away from the rest of the pack at the moment.
See what you did there.
Yeah, Adam Brown and Russell Hurd second and third. Now Russell Hurd is closer to Adam Brown, and into Redgate, the Adam Brown car taking a slightly wider entry, and Russell Hurd thinking about having a bit of a push up the inside, but didn't in the end, so stays in 3rd place. But they'll be going down through the Craner curves now, and we'll see whether he can make an impression. Manoj Patel having a great battle there. I think that was with Bethel in the Clio, the black Clio, as they come down through the Craner curves. Also the other Clio in there of, is that Papworth perhaps in there as well?
He's in a Civic.
That's the 14, isn't it? That's his Steve Papworth.
Dwayne is in a Clio.
Yeah.
He's in that group. It's interesting, isn't it? Because Tung's got going, and Ainge has actually picked up a place that time through. And here is Nigel Ainge in that white and turquoise Honda on our screens.
So he started to make some progress after that very poor start. Windmill leads across the line last time. It was about 2¼ seconds ahead of Adam Brown, who was under extreme pressure from Russell Hurd, and still is as they come out of the chicane. Russell Hurd got a great run there in the Integra, comes up alongside. They go over the timing line side by side, and the Integra a little bit quicker on the straight than the Fiesta, but Adam Brown coming back at him into Redgate and gets back through again. So 2 changes of place for second and third in the space of one straight and a corner as they go down now the hill through the Craner curves, and it's the Fiesta at the moment that is ahead, and that's number 56, Adam Brown, a former winner, as I say, earlier at Thruxton this year. The car number 56, and the number 6 of Russell Hurd right behind as they go through Schwantz up to McLean's.
They're not that far behind Andrew Windmill, and Russell Hurd will be liking this because he can see the leader, who's probably 150 metres ahead or something like that, and he doesn't have to wait any longer than the mandatory couple of minutes in the pits. But you saw that the traction of the Integra out of the chicane was very good. They're in traffic. Russell Hurd may have a little bit more time to react to the cars around him coming out as he accelerates, and here he goes. Smaller frontal area on the Honda Integra than the Ford Fiesta. Has to dab on the brakes because they're going past the slower car, and the slower car, there was almost room up the inside, but do anything wrong, just minding the driver, minding their own business.
Meantime, behind them, we've got in 4th place is car number 27, James Slater, in his Civic, and he's just 3 seconds or so ahead of number 84, the Air Construct Peugeot of Nigel Tongue, who has got past the Nigel Ainge Honda. So he's up in the 5th, Nigel Ainge is in 6th, and then Manoj Patel in 7th place. So he's recovered to his grid starting position, having dropped down a little bit early on in the race. Had a very good run at Thruxton, Manoj Patel did, earlier this season.
Yes, he did. Yeah, we had a good meeting that was. Thruxton thriller.
And Manoj actually took a win at Brands Hatch this season. Meantime, Andrew Windmill comes through past the Synchro Motorsport Honda, the similar car. Andrew Windmill up to Redgate. Now he's in a big pack of cars there, and the Russell Hurd Honda goes down the inside of the Fiesta into Redgate, but there isn't really room there, but he's managed to keep his nose alongside, and they've got lots of traffic coming up, so this is a good opportunity.
He's squeezed through. He's done it just at the top of into Hollywood. Russell Hurd is up into 2nd, but there's a bunch of cars between himself and the leader. One of the lap cars obligingly stays out of the way, and we can see there the white and blue Civic of leader Andrew Windmill, 3rd in that group. 177 is Alan Tice driving the Fiesta he shares with Catherine Henderson, his daughter. Been around racing a very long time as Alan Tice, mainly in Marcos Volvos. Won the Classic K race at Thruxton earlier in the year. Andrew Windmill into the chicane then. This to complete his 8th lap.
Windmill leads, Hurd in 2nd place, now pulling away a little bit from Adam Brown in the Fiesta in 3rd. We're looking for the number 27 of James Slater in the silver, all silver Honda Civic in 4th place. Then it's the Air Construct 84 car of Nigel Tongue, the Peugeot 306. Manoj Patel next through. Where is Nigel Ainge? Answer, he's coming in for his mandatory stop very early on in the window, so that's an agreement between him and Danny Casser that Danny will do the bulk of the race. It's 28 3/4 minutes to go, so this is right at the beginning of the pit stop window for the number 86, but of course they've got to do this penalty first, so they're sitting there at the moment waiting for 30 seconds to pass by, then they'll pop forward a few yards and do their ordinary pit stop. Danny will get on board and head back out onto track, and it's only after all the other cars have done their stops that we'll really see how they're faring in terms of the overall positions. So they'll be dropping down the timing screen.
Nigel Ainge has just been kind of hoiked out of the car with arms under his. There's some good action here into the chicane meanwhile.
And Andrew Windmill, the leader, comes in. He's now doing his 30-second penalty stop.
We had James Slater getting busy there with some lappery. And so Windmill, who came in at 9 laps from the lead.
And Danny Casa back out now in the 86 Hillwood Motors Honda Integra. So he's done the necessary stop, so it's flat out now to the flag for the 86 car. See how much he can make up in the remaining 27 minutes of the race. Andrew Windmill has done his 30 seconds. He's not changing, he's solo driving, so he will shortly be waved out after the required stationary period in the pits. And again, we'll see where he is in the running order. And off he goes. So 888 Andrew Windmill back out on track again. Meantime, the other driver that was in the lead group comes into the pits. Adam Brown takes over the lead in the Fiesta, but don't forget he's got a 30-second penalty as well, but Russell Hurd hasn't. Russell Hurd comes in the all-white Integra, number 6, and he's gone straight to his pit box to do the mandatory stop. He gets out of the car, shuts the door, gets back in again, and a helper will help him with his seat belts and other safety equipment. I think that's the 84 in as well, isn't it?
That's Nigel Tongue.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
He's in as well, so that's another of our leading drivers into the pit lane. He gets out, turns around, gets back in. Door is held open by the helper. And so that's a number of our leading drivers have now done their pit stops. Adam Brown remains out there. Also out, staying out is James Slater in his Civic. So 10 laps completed by Adam Brown, number 56, the Fiesta in the lead. There goes Andrew Windmill. Having done his stop. Passing bunches of cars as he goes down the pit lane, and coincidentally the leader is just behind him, 56 Adam Brown, but of course they are how many laps apart? 1 lap apart.
1 lap apart, yeah, that's the norm. That's 27 in, that's Slater from 2nd place. So Manoj Patel is going to move up into 2nd at this point. And behind him is Richard Bethel.
So the time lost for a normal mandatory stop plus a 30-second penalty, which Windmill had to serve, is just about 1 lap. Through goes
Russell Hurd is 7th now after his stop, and he is chasing down the Johnson Pierce 101. That's the Honda Civic Type R, which is a 1/10 of a second behind. Coming out of the pits is one of the Fiestas, I think.
Through goes Danny Casa, number 86, and that car sits in 19th place at the moment, number 86, the turquoise and white Hillwood Autos Honda Integra, which we're expecting to be shuffled back up the order again as other drivers do their pit stops. But yet to stop is the Adam Brown, Manoj Patel, also 318. Richard Bethel in the Clio has yet to stop. Russell Hurd goes through.
He's now net leader, isn't he? Because he's the first person to complete 12 laps who's actually made a stop.
Yeah.
And 101 Johnson Pierce behind. And that's the 101 car, Honda, started 15th. Yet to stop.
But the next stopper, so second net of stops, is number 27, which we know was up in the leading group, James Slater in his Civic. Those two drivers benefited from not having any penalty.
The Alpha's in 55, and there's 5 with its Coward Sport window strip. One of the Ford cars.
And also in is the leader, Adam Brown, in the Fiesta, and he has a 30-second penalty, which he's just served. So now he's into his normal stop. He's jumped out, jumping back in again. And it'll be interesting to see where
it all shakes out now, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, where they all shake out. Here comes Russell Hurd. So Russell Hurd is passing the pits, and Adam Brown is still in the pit lane. He's just being waved out now. So he will approach Redgate.
Got to be very cautious with the other Fiesta in the pits. He can't go above the speed limit. And there's another car to negotiate as well. And there's a car broken at the end of the pit lane, isn't there, which isn't very helpful. There's a black Clio which is stuck out on track. Now, which do you think that is, Russell? Is there a man at work sign for that one on our screens?
We don't. There's a black Clio, is Richard Bethel, but he's still running, so it's not him. So I'm not sure which one
it's
that is.
318.
Oh, 318 is Richard Bethel.
It is Richard Bethel.
Oh dear, so he's just... He hasn't been in to do a pit stop. I was going to say he's just been in and broken on the way out, but actually he must have just pulled off the track to there. So that was one of our leading cars. Unfortunately, a mechanical failure. Russell Hurd goes through. We start to get a bit of a better picture now of where everybody is, and Russell Hurd is still leading net of pit stops. Manoj Patel actually leads because he hasn't done his pit stop yet, number 112, the silver Honda Civic.
Slater's nearly 10 seconds behind in behind Hurd. He has made his stop in 27. There's 9.6 seconds between them. Looks like 101 that's in.
And a close battle there going out of Redgate Corner, which is 4th, 5th and 6th places, with Andrew Windmill, Adam Brown and Nigel Tongue all running together. Windmill and Brown have had that 30-second penalty, so Tongue has managed to catch them up in the Air Construct Peugeot. And then next up, net of pit stops, is Danny Casa, and he's just done the fastest lap of the race. Number 86, the Hillwood Autos, started by Nigel Ainge, now with Danny Casa at the wheel, 1:17.246, which is quite a lot quicker than anybody else has managed. The next best time is an 18.7, so Danny Casa is way the quickest car on track.
That's why Nigel Ainge put him into it so early.
Absolutely right. And here comes Andrew Windmill again, number 888, followed by Adam Brown. And where is the Air Construct Peugeot? Is that a bit of commentator's curse? No, he's come through okay. But it's lost touch with Adam Brown. But he's still in 6th place, number 84. And there goes Danny Casa, number 86, down into Redgate Corner. Manages to pass one of the Fiestas on the run into Redgate.
Yeah, that was the Catherine Henderson car. Henderson and Tice.
And Casa now in 7th place overall. We still have one car in the leading group, which is Manoj Patel, yet to do a pit stop. And the pit window will close in a couple of minutes, so Manoj needs to come in really this lap to make sure he gets in before the window closes. Russell Hurd goes through. He will take over the lead when Manoj Patel comes into the pits. And through goes Andrew Windmill. So he's now into 4th place, but ahead is number 27, James Slater's Civic, who didn't have a success penalty. Danny Casa goes through. Still in 7th place and 6 and a bit seconds behind Nigel Tongue. In comes Manoj Patel. So this is the final pit stop for leading cars, or for in fact the final pit stop of all, because the only cars that haven't done pit stops are retired. So Manoj Patel comes in, jumps out, jumps back in again, helped on with the belts quickly as possible. Road registered, as you can see on your screen if you're watching the live stream. And he will recover to the track, but Russell Hurd has gone through. So Russell Hurd just passing the pit lane exit now as Manoj Patel gets underway. And you'll see there the white car in the background on the screen is Russell Hurd. That's the leader. Manoj Patel won't get out. Yes, he does. He gets out ahead of the James Slater, number 27 Civic, who in turn is being caught by Andrew Windmill. So Andrew Windmill overcoming his 30-second penalty in 4th place. Then it's Adam Brown and Nigel Tongue and Danny Casa next up in 7th place. And Danny Casa took about 3 seconds off Nigel Tongue on that last lap, and is only just over 3 seconds behind. So he is in with a chance of moving up another place. We've got 15 minutes remaining, so plenty of time for the likes of Andrew Windmill, Danny Casa, the quicker drivers, to perhaps get themselves up onto the podium. But Russell Hurd looks a very, very strong prospect for a win. Comes through the chicane again to complete lap 18. Russell Hurd, number 6. And
now he goes properly top.
Properly top, yes.
Because everyone else has made their stops.
Manoj Patel goes through in 2nd place. The gap first to second, 9.3 seconds. Andrew Windmill takes 3rd place on the line, passing James Slater as they cross the line. So Andrew Windmill now up into 3rd place, number 888. He's 4.5 seconds behind Manoj Patel, and his best time is a couple of seconds or 1.5 seconds quicker than Patel, so he should be able to close that gap. And then it's James Slater down to 4th. 5th place is Adam Brown in the Fiesta. Then it's Nigel Tongue in the Peugeot number 84, and top 7 completed still by Danny Casa, who's flying along a 1:17.9, the only driver anywhere near that time on the last lap. So absolutely the quickest car out there is the number 86 Hillwood Autos Integra of Danny Casa.
Yep, he's one of only about 3 drivers putting their best times at the moment. Andrew Windmill being kind of cautious, lapping the number 95 there as they went through Coppice Corner. 95 was the Fiesta of Paul McDonald. Hurd through for the 19th time. Where's Manoj Patel?
Just
there he is. What was 9.3 is now 10.3 seconds. So Hurd's made another second. But Windmill is only 4 seconds, under 4 seconds now behind Patel, and closing in. Slater is next, then Brown, then Kasser.
So Kasser's made up a place, got the head of Nigel Tongue on that last lap, and his last lap a 17.5, which is fully 2 seconds quicker than the leader and 3 seconds quicker than Patel.
Point is, though, he's 26 seconds behind the race leader with 12.5 minutes to go. It's doable.
Yeah.
But it's going to be what? Oh, the yellow lights flashing. Somebody is in trouble out of Redgate. It's out of our sight. Yellow flags waving before the corner, and the repeater light going.
It's the Fiesta number 37 in the gravel, I'm afraid. That's Stephen Routledge, who has lost it going on the exit of Redgate and ended up in the gravel. So the marshal's straight out there to give him a push, see if he can get him out of the gravel. But that will be double waved yellow flags, indicating that there are marshals trackside, and everybody should be easing right back.
Yes, Hurd's last lap was a 1:19.7. Windmill's is his quickest so far, a 1:18.697.
And Kasser a 1:17.327, very close to his fastest lap of the race. All those times, we should say, are done before the yellow flag. They're taken at the timing line. We shouldn't see any quick times, or very quick times.
Not
on
from
this
now, next one,
yeah,
yep.
Yeah. As Russell Hurd comes up to McLean's, he's 11 seconds ahead of Manoj Patel, but Patel is being caught by Windmill, and Windmill just gapping James Slater a little bit now in 4th place. Next up is Adam Brown, and then Danny Kasser. Hurd goes through again. Completes 21 laps, and in a way that's nice to see with those yellow flags out. A 1:26 for the leader, so he's significantly slower.
Windmill has got ahead of Patel. That was pretty much on the line. Patel was first, quickest to the timing line, but Windmill took more speed down the straight. He's now up into 2nd place, and he's only about 6.8 seconds behind Russell Hurd, the race leader. A much longer lap for Hurd, the race leader, which indicates that he was probably stuck behind a slower back marker going through the yellow zone, and lost a lot of time.
But he'll be back up to pace now. So Russell Hurd making his way through Coppice, and next car now on track. We just saw flash through the live stream picture the blue and white of Andrew Windmill. Gap at the line last time was around 7 seconds. Windmill coming into the chicane, being followed by Manoj Patel, who hasn't given up. He was passed into at the timing line into Redgate last time around, but he's stuck with Andrew Windmill as Russell Hurd turns into Redgate. Look back on the live picture and you'll see the blue and white of Andrew Windmill in 2nd place. 3rd is the silver and yellow flashes of 112 Manoj Patel. What of those behind? Well, James Slater still hanging on in his Civic number 27 to 4th place, but the gap back to Adam Brown closed right down on that lap.
It's pretty much nothing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And look where Nigel Ainge and Danny Kasser, Danny Kasser in the 86, right in his tail as well. The number 5 novice-driven car has just come into the pits.
So Danny Kasser could take 2 places on this lap if he positions his car correctly. We'll have a look over at, I think they're at McLean's at the
Brown's
moment.
past Slater. There's 27. There's Slater now back into 5th place. Pitch those cars into Coppice with some conviction, don't they? The quick drivers.
Hurd goes through the lead. 8 minutes to go. Hurd leads from Windmill, 6 from 888 from 112 Manoj Patel.
4.3 seconds. It's come down by 2.6, and Windmill's homing in. There's a slower car between him and the race leader.
And also homing in is Danny Casa, because he's passed all of the cars that were ahead of him. He's now up into 4th place. So we get now a proper picture of the gap between him and 3rd place Manoj Patel. Danny Casa is 5.9 seconds, so let's say 6 seconds down on Manoj Patel for 3rd place. His last lap time was 1.7 seconds quicker than Patel, as a late pit caller in the shape of one of the Fiestas, number 41, comes in, Michael Peters, with damage to the rear quarter.
Yes, kind of ripped rear valance.
So perhaps a little bit of contact somewhere out on track for the 41 Fiesta.
23 went through Coppers that time on the curb and bounced him across.
The gap first to second last time was 4.3. It's now 4.4. So Russell Hurd's got the message and manages to stay ahead, but flying along, Danny Casa can see Andrew Windmill ahead, and Manoj Patel as well.
Yeah, Patel's a couple of seconds up the road.
Yeah.
Casa, though, is closing fast.
Based on the times he's doing, he should get by this lap, because his last lap was, again, very, very close, within a tenth of his fastest lap of the race, so 1:17.3. Leader's doing 1:19.4 and Patel doing 1:20.8. So Casa still comfortably the quickest car on track. He's heading up to the highest point of the circuit at Coppis. Into the right-hander. Meantime, Russell Hurd braking hard for the chicane, right and left, and will come round to complete another lap. 25 laps completed with 5.5 minutes remaining. And Andrew Windmill goes through. It was 4.4. It's now 2. It's all but 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So he's taken over a second out of the lead.
And a personal best of 1:18.576 for the chaser, which is Andrew Windmill. Casa now 3rd, having overtaken Manoj Patel. So Patel in 1:12 down to 4th, ahead of Adam Brown in 56 and 27, which is Slater.
And it looks like a retirement for Nigel Tongue, I'm afraid. Number 84 trickling into the pit lane in the Peugeot, so that's a mechanical problem for the 84 car of Nigel Tongue. Danny Casa in the Hillwood Autos Integra, flying along as he has done since he got in, and his target now is to try and catch Andrew Windmill, but it was 4.8 across the line last time, and his lap time was 1.1 quicker than Windmill. So here they come. Russell Hurd across the timing line, completes 26 laps. The gap to Andrew Windmill is down now to 1.8 seconds, and the gap from Andrew Windmill to Danny Casa is down to 3.5, so he's closed even further. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, Danny Casa, a 1:17.104, fully 1.2 seconds, and a bit quicker than second-placed Andrew Windmill.
Yes, his pole time, Danny Casa, was 1:17.067, so right down on that.
With 3.5 minutes remaining, this is absolutely classic sports car club racing, because pit stops, time penalties, but it all comes down to the last couple of laps.
That's right, and up at Coppis, here's the leader, and he's got a couple of cars to go through. 70 is the first one he meets, and he's safely swept past Chris Voltenspoel, but the chaser is within 5 lengths or so, coming down into the chicane. There's the other car to negotiate, and he comes through. Hurd ahead, but Russell Hurd by a tenuous margin. He's going to try to put the slower car between him and Andrew Windmill down at Redgate. He does it, but you get the impression that Windmill is stalking. They are down to the last 2.5 minutes of this absolutely gripping race, the Co-Ord Sport Tin Tops race, and this is the lap, isn't it?
It is indeed, yes. As they go through the old hairpin, we've got Andrew Windmill in the blue and white Civic chasing the all-white Integra, and they're followed by the turquoise and white Integra of Danny Casa. All 3 of them going to be together. Now, Russell Hurd is looking ahead, thinking, how can I get past this slower car before I get to Coppice? Pull to the inside, come back out onto the racing line. Andrew Windmill in there as well, and then I think we'll catch, yes, there it is in the background. Danny Casa in the Hillwood Autos Integra is in there as well as they come out of Coppice down the long straight towards the chicane, and we have 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining in the race. Down into the right-hander they go. They're all together, and Danny Casa manages to get past that slower car on the way into the chicane.
Oh, they go each side of the 37.
And Windmill takes the lead. So unfortunately, Russell Hurd slightly out-fumbled there, but he goes for the lead as they go into Redgate, and he gets the lead back again as they turn into the right-hander. But right behind them is Danny Casa as well. They're almost 3 abreast as they go out through Hollywood, down the Craner curves. Windmill takes the lead. Danny Casa goes into 2nd place, getting past Russell Hurd on the inside. Now onto the grass goes Danny Casa, and he manages to control it. That was an amazing save there, and Andrew Windmill, good on him because he backed off.
It was an amazing save. What he was doing on the grass, I'm not quite sure.
But he's actually in the lead. So Danny Casa on the grass takes the lead in coming up to what might be the last lap, actually. He gets very sideways through Coppice. They may make it back down to start another lap, but it's going to be very tight indeed as they come now up to the top of the hill, and then down the long straight they go. And it's still Danny Casa leading from Andrew Windmill in 2nd place, from Russell Hurd in 3rd place as they go down the long straight to the braking area. We've got 18 seconds remaining, so I think we're going to have a flag as they come over the timing line, but it is going to be extremely close to actually starting another lap, so we'll see whether the flag goes out. No, it doesn't. It was 5 seconds. 5 seconds on the clock. So,
and Windmill's Windmill broken?
He's slowed, hasn't he? Yes, he has. Windmill has slowed on the last lap. He really wanted the flag to go out, didn't he? But he is going through Redgate, but at a reduced pace. So that gives Danny Casa a comfortable lead now with Nigel Ainge in the 86 Integra from 2nd place, a similar car of Russell Hurd, the number 6 car that goes through your live stream pictures as they go through Old Hairpin.
Yeah, Windmill was 3rd over the timing line and was starting to slow. So did judges fuel that closely?
I thought that was unlikely. He had about a 9-second lead over Manoj Patel, but it depends how bad his problem is, whether he can struggle the car over the line in 3rd place, or whether Manoj Patel manages to take that place on the last lap. The flag will obviously go out this time. Just looking for the leader. Here he comes, Danny Casa to take the win. The flag goes out to the number 86 Hillwood Autos Integra. Wins from, in the end, Russell Hurd in 2nd place. But Andrew Windmill's here, so he's somehow managed to get round that last lap and finishes on the 3rd step of the podium, just ahead of Manoj Patel, who closed within 8 seconds or so, was it?
It was 2.3 at the end.
Yes, 2.3 at the end. You're quite right.
9.7 at the end of the previous lap, so he clawed back 7 seconds. Windmill dramas then towards the end, but he's won another one of these Co-Ord Sport Tin Top races. Absolutely cracking sport that was.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant race. It's one of those times when you think everything comes together right on the last lap. So absolutely spellbinding race there towards the end, with all of the jigsaw pieces coming into place over a 40-minute race, and the last pieces not falling into place until the last lap. So tremendous drive from particularly Danny Casa, who set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:17.104, but was effectively doing qualifying laps from the moment he stepped into the car. Nigel Ainge handed the car over as early as he possibly could on the pit stop window, knowing that Danny would be quicker, and set him up for a win. Great race from Danny Casa and Nigel Ainge. Russell Hurd drove very well indeed to come in second place in his pristine white Integra, and in third place we'll find out what the problems were when Marcus Pye talks to Andrew Windmill, but clearly some technical problems at the end of the race slowed markedly and lost 7 seconds to Manoj Patel, who drove well also to finish in fourth place. Adam Brown in fifth, and in sixth place James Slater.
Well, we're down in the pit lane, and 5 seconds to go when the leader took went on to the last lap, which is why there was no checkered flag. I think Andrew Windmill might have thought it was there, but something's taken the wind out of his sails. Let's go and speak to Danny Casa when he's popped his crash helmet off. Great drive by Russell Hurd, robbed near the end, but a superb drive from him. Let's well, it's an Integra 1-2 anyway, and Danny, what a fabulous drive, very well done. You had a lot of ground to make up, didn't you?
Yeah, we had a lot of ground to make up. I knew we had decent pace in the car. It was just a case of just keep plodding on, keep making your way through the traffic, just hope that the quick guys at the front was going to get held up, and lucky enough I got there when I did.
The car in the past has been fast but fragile, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, I don't want to lift the bonnet just in case something else has broke, but at the moment it's good.
I'm very interested to know how you managed to seize the lead on the grass through the crane of curves. That was quite something.
Yeah, I see a bit of a gap, so I went for it. Andrew's tried to shut the door a little bit, which he's entitled to do, and I ran out of road and I bounced across the grass. Lucky enough, Russell and Andrew were clever enough not to pile into me, and then we managed to get through.
And in fairness, it was an incredible save.
Well, I don't really know much about it, to be honest. I just kept my foot pinned and hope for the best.
Well, that worked very, very well for you. Well done. Danny Casa, a race winner with Nigel Ainge. Let's have a word with Russell Hurd. Russell, tremendous drive. Very well done. Congratulations. I think you thought you had that.
Well, yeah, I did actually. 2 more laps, that's all it was. But hey, it was good fun. That was what counts. And no one came away with any damage.
Oh, that was brilliant. And there was lots of tight work. There's some real good dicing through the slower cars, and they seemed to stay out of the way.
Well, some of them were a little bit hit or miss, but hey, they're out racing, having fun as well. So that was great. Good fun. Good.
Great stuff. Integra 1-2, and the Civic Type R over here. That's Andrew. Andrew Windmill. We last spoke at Thruxton, and well, that was an interesting race. Did you think that it was all over just before the end, or do you have a breakage?
Oh, no, the dashboard lit up, red lights everywhere, and it was when I toggled through the dash, it was overheating. But I knew we were close to the end, so I thought, well, I'm just going to back off. We've got a bit of a gap. Those two obviously cleared off, and yeah, just wanted to bring it over the line because I've come into the pits on the last lap before, and that was painful. So yeah, brought it home, and hopefully it's all still in one piece.
What did you think of Danny's bit of autocrossing through the crane of curves?
Well, I must admit, when I saw him on that side, I sort of clenched and thought, here we go, it could go anywhere, but he held it together, fair play, got it on the brakes and turned in, and it was just after that the dash lit up, and I thought, no, because we're all nose to tail, and it made for a really exciting finale.
Judging by the look on Andrew's face, it wasn't just his teeth, he was clenching. We'll go back to you up in the box, Russell.
Thanks, Marcus. Interesting stories there from the top three. And our next race on track after the Tin Tops is the New Millennium, and guess who's on 10th on the grid? Well, a certain Nigel Ainge and Danny Casser, so in car number 85, 10th on the grid in the other Hillwood Integra, the red and white one, as the cars come out onto the track. A few stragglers back in the assembly area, so there's a bit of a gap, but they'll all catch up when they get out and around the track. So one car left back in the assembly area, and that is, I think, the Nathan Wells car. They were having some problems with that this morning. That should have been on the second row. So number 16, Nathan Wells, looks to still have some engine problems. We've got that on our circuit camera. The team working away under the bonnet, but the cars are already around at McLean. So let's quickly give you the first few grid positions. On pole position is number 36, Mark Smith in his BMW, and alongside number 61 is Tom Holbrook in his BMW. In fact, the first three rows are entirely BMWs. Then we've got 11, Jack Smith, and 16, Nathan Wells, if he can get the car going. He won't be in his right position on the grid. He'll be at the back if he can get going. Then it's 198, the BMW shared, and it will be started by Jasper Sapra. 198 Jasper Sapra to start. 34 is Dave Griffin, is next up on row 3. Then on to row 4, we've got 211, the Seat of Giles Kirk, and 71, Chris Murphy's BMW. Row 5 is 73, Matthew Sanders to start, in his BMW, and then 85, Nigel Ainge to start in the Integra, although I have to say I didn't see that in the cars going out onto the opening lap, but I may have missed it because I was doing something else. So let's hope it's there, because we've just seen them take a great win in the Hillwood Autos Integra, but out in the other one, the 85 car in this race, and hopefully that's in the queue of cars. In terms of pit stop penalties, Darren Fielding, he's starting. He didn't do qualifying this morning, so if he starts, he's at the back of the grid. He's got a 20-second penalty, and Mark Smith, who's on pole position, has a 15-second penalty. So they will serve those at their pit stops. So Mark Smith, it is on pole. Bit of a straggly start. Cars a bit of all over the place. And there's the Hillwood Autos car. I'm really pleased to say it is there. It's not in its right grid position, so that's why I missed it. It's way, way further back, in fact. It should be near the front. And out goes the number 16 Nathan Wells BMW. They've got that fixed in the assembly area. Hard work from the mechanics there, but it's right at the back of the field. So on this first lap, with, as I say, a bit of a scrappy start there, but anyway, they're all underway now, coming down through the old hairpin, and it looks to be still Mark Smith who's leading, and then it is the black BMW of Tom Holbrook in second place, but he's having a great battle with I think that might be Jasper Sapra in there. Didn't catch the number as he went past, but it could be Jasper Sapra. And then the Griffin 34 car, Dave Griffin, number 34, in fourth place as they head down the long straight for the first time and into the chicane. But no doubt about Mark Smith, who's gone from pole position out into the lead from the start, but he has to overcome, remember, a 15-second time penalty at the pit stop. And the car in third place, I guessed it was Jasper Sapra. It is Jasper Sapra, so he's in third. He'll be handing over to Brian Bransom in the second part of the race. And Jasper Sapra close up behind Tom Holbrook in the battle of the BMWs at the front. Dave Griffin BMW in fourth place. In fifth place, it's the 211 Seat of Giles Kirk, so the first non-BMW in fifth place. And then in sixth place is number 129, which is Tommy Grout's BMW, yet another one, in sixth. Then it's the Petches in car number 2 in seventh place. That's started by Maxwell Petch in the Ginetta G50. Maxwell Petch starts that one. And in eighth place is car number 71, Chris Murphy's BMW. Completing the top 10 on this first lap was 73. That's the shared car 73. Matthew Sanders starts that in the BMW, so he dropped back from, where was he on the grid? He was 9th on the grid, so actually he's retained his position. And then completing the top 10, number 3, Alex Haynes in another BMW. So the leaders come round to complete their second lap. Mark Smith leads. Tom Holbrook closer now. Jasper Sapra in third, being caught by Dave Griffin. So Griffin not quite in a challenging position as they go into Redgate for the third time, but Jasper Sapra has lost touch a little bit with Tom Holbrook up front. Holbrook's lap, no wonder he's closed up on the leader. That was the fastest lap of the race, 1:14.636 for the number 61 black BMW of Tom Holbrook. Closes to within a second now of the leader, Mark Smith. These drivers know each other well. They race in their BMWs against each other frequently. It's great to see them out on track. They really, the preparation of the cars is absolutely fantastic as they turn through McLean's and then run along the top to the top of the hill, where the leader turns through Coppice, Mark Smith, and then Tom Holbrook, Jasper Sapra and Dave Griffin following on. Then just slightly losing touch now is the fifth placed Seat, number 211 of Giles Kirk, heading down to the chicane once again. Out onto the pit straight to complete their third lap. The Ginetta looking to make a bit of a move, but coming up behind is car number 14, which is Simon Baker and Kevin Clark. Now that's interesting because that car was withdrawn from this race. We did see it qualify, and it qualified well, but then it was withdrawn after going off at McLean's and coming into contact with the barriers. Was subsequently withdrawn from this and the next race that they were in later on in the day. But I'm pleased to say they're here. So I think if they're using the same order of drivers as they originally said before they withdrew the car, it's Simon Baker who has started number 14, and they will have started right at the back. So they're coming through well. Be interesting to see how they can get on. They were 9th across the line last time, having moved up 2 places on that last lap. Leaders back here again. Mark Smith, Tom Holbrook, Jasper Sapra, Dave Griffin and Giles Kirk completing the top 5. Then we've got the number 14 BMW. Oh, that was a little bit rude. Just giving a little bit of a, what was it, Charlie Cox used to call it, a hip and shoulder as they go down the pit straight. Just having to jink to the right to try and miss a very slow car being lapped, but a little bit rude to push into the door like that. Anyway, he got through, and that's the number 14 BMW, which, as I say, we're not 100% sure who started, but it was Simon Baker nominated to start that before they withdrew the car. Up another 2 places on that lap to 7th.
Yeah, that's flying along. Fastest lap appears to be with number 16.
Yes.
Which is Wells, down the order, but he's displaced, isn't he?
Yes, you weren't here at the time. He was stuck in the assembly area with the team working on the engine. And you'll read all about this in 1 or 2 magazines next week when Marcus does his reports. But yes, that was some sort of engine fault in the assembly area, which meant that he didn't actually start. He started from the pit lane at the back. So he's now flying through the order. Fastest lap of the race to Wells with a 1:14.380. Good midfield battle going on between Maxwell Petch in the number 2 Ginetta and the 129 BMW of Tommy Grout. That's for 8th and 9th places, just going through Redgate. Meantime, the number 14 BMW of Simon Baker is up to 6th place now. And his next target is the Seat of Giles Kirk, the only non-BMW in the first 8 cars. And then there's the Petch Ginetta in 9th. The leader comes across the line to complete 6 laps. Mark Smith leads, but a great battle going on for 2nd place.
Yeah, 3 for 2nd now, isn't it,
yep.
Russell? Because Dave Griffin has caught them in 34. Holbrook, Sapra and Griffin. Sapra, who will hand the white car to Brian Bransom later on.
And good shot there on our live stream of that battle for 2nd place. It looked like Tom Holbrook might be about to be passed for 2nd by Jasper Sapra. No, he's not got through. As we cut back again, they're coming up through Schwantz into McLean's and turning through the right-hander, and they continue uphill. And Jasper Sapra gets a good run through McLean's. Will he be able to nudge through on the inside at Coppice? No, he doesn't.
They were very, very close into Coppice. There's run wide as a result, and Dave Griffin is trying to go into the open door on the exit of the corner. Here's the next group with the Petch Ginetta involved in that, and that's pretty busy as well. And there you go. It's still very, very close. Sapra's car looks a little bit loose as he comes down to the chicane, but they've managed to drop Dave Griffin a tad on this lap. Murphy charges through. He's in 7th place. Personal best lap for him that time in the 14s. Then there's 3 BMWs together.
And one of them is the recovering 16, that car that started from the pit lane. Nathan Wells managed to wriggle his way through the Ginetta BMW battle, now sits behind another BMW.
The Seat's been shaken down to 6th, hasn't it? And that's going to be caught as the race goes on by the charging Murphy in 71. Also by Nathan Wells in 16.
And in fact, Nathan Wells has gone through past think that was Grout he got through past there, or Murphy, one of the two. I think it was Murphy, wasn't it, that he got past. So he's up another place at the far side of the circuit. That puts him up to 7th place. But the fastest lap of the race now is with number 14, which is the other car that we weren't expecting to see in the race, but it turned up, and that's now put the fastest lap in, a 1:13.966, which is quicker than anybody did in qualifying this morning. Nobody got below 1:14. So great pace being shown by the 5th place car, number 14, started by Simon Baker.
Nathan Wells up into 8th place in 16 now. His best lap in the 14s, but it's been pushed, as you say, into the 13s now. Long 13 for Baker. Don't see too many Vauxhall VX220s racing, do you? But good to see that one out.
And the number 14 BMW, Simon Baker, has now caught the back of the battle for 2nd place, with Tom Holbrook, Jasper Sapra, Dave Griffin, and now Simon Baker, all locked in combat, going down the hill.
Another new fastest lap to Simon Baker, 1:13.593.
Giles Kirk, who was early on running in the top group but has settled into 6th place, has actually got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits too often. So
it sounded rough last time through, Alistair.
So he'll have 5 seconds added to his race time. But the battle for 2nd coming out of Coppice, and still joined, and in fact the Simon Baker car is now up into 4th, having got past Dave Griffin up at the back end of the circuit there. So Tom Holbrook still in 2nd, Jasper Sapra still in 3rd, but now being challenged by Simon Baker. And Simon Baker comes up alongside on the pit straight, tries to get past into the right-hander and runs wide, actually locks a brake on the run into Redgate, and that pitches him a little bit wide. The pit window is open, by the way, so anybody that wants to come in can do so for the next 15 minutes, or must do so in the next 15 minutes. None of the leading cars yet in. So a little bit of a regroup for Simon Baker. He was challenging Jasper Sapra for 3rd. Just snatched a break on the way into Redgate, lost himself some time. Sapra now is challenging Holbrook on the run out of Coppice out of McLean's up to Coppice, and Baker has got back onto the boot lid of Sapra again, and Dave Griffin has the best seat in the house in 5th place.
Tommy Grout in the pits. We've also got the Sanders and Leighton 73 stopped, and look at that. Here we go, 14. Baker Clark up another place, now into a podium position, a very strong drive.
So from the back to the podium, and every chance that, as we watch on our live screen, the Nigel Ainge, Danny Casa pit stop in the 85 Honda Integra, with Nigel Ainge hopping out and Danny Casa will be hopping in. But the challenge now on 2nd place Tom Holbrook is from Simon Baker, number 14. Mark Smith still leads. The lead over the line last time around was 5.5 seconds. And we can see from the fastest lap of the race that Simon Baker is quicker than the leader, but currently is trying to get past this group of cars, and it's actually slowing him down. He's down in the 16s, so he's losing a bit of ground. to the leader. And here is the leader over the timing line. That's 12 laps completed for Mark Smith. And here comes this battle for second. It's now in the hands of Simon Baker. So as he passes a slower BMW on the run down into Redgate, his next car ahead is the leader. And the gap between them at the line, 5.8 seconds. And that last lap from Simon Baker was fully 0.7 of a second quicker than the leader. In terms of the time penalties, the only car in that leading group with a penalty is, in fact, the only car racing, because Darren Fielding was supposed to be here but hasn't turned up, so he's not a factor. Mark Smith, the leader, has a 15-second success penalty when he comes into the pits, so that will put him back to about 5th place.
Yeah, the chase is well and truly on. Tom Holbrook there getting a bit squirrely going into Coppice Corner and chasing down now towards the chicane. Dave Griffin behind him. Jasper Sapra ahead in the white car. Sapra bounds through the chicane, gets a little bit crossed up on the exit, and Dave Griffin prepares to have a go at Tom Holbrook. They're just about overlapping, going down past us here. And Holbrook survives the attack for now.
Meantime, up front, the gap between the leaders as the Seat comes in to do its stop, number 211, the car of Giles Kirk. The gap between the leaders closed by half a second, so Baker half a second quicker than Smith. And the gap is down to 5.4 seconds between the leader and Simon Baker. Danny Casa is now out in the Hillwood Autos Honda Integra, a car that's not ultimately competitive with the leading cars, but it is second in class, in its class, which the leader of the class is about 40 seconds ahead, so it's quite a big gap for Danny Casa to make up. But we saw him do it in the last race, so he's not going to give up.
I think the interesting thing would be the tactics of Baker and Clark. We don't know, of course, whether Simon Baker was a little bit quicker than his teammate, a lot quicker than his teammate, whatever, but I think we'll see by the place where they saw there's the yellow flags waving down here at the chicane. Something's happened out of our sight. Car back in into retirement by the looks of things.
The gap between the leaders is 4.3 seconds. 14 laps have been completed. That goes up to 15 now. And into the pits comes Simon Baker in the car number 14.
21 minutes to go.
So pretty much half and half in terms of the sharing of the driving. We can see the second driver. Don't know whether Marcus can recognise the drivers through the binoculars, just to confirm perhaps that it was the order originally given to us prior to the car being withdrawn. The driver that started the car getting out. The second driver getting in.
I couldn't see anything on overalls that was recognisable.
So we'll go with that. They stuck with the same order then. So Simon Baker out, Kevin Clark in.
But of course we know that Kevin Clark is very quick.
Very quick, yes, yes. So
he won a race here last month.
And Simon Baker's had a win at Brands Hatch earlier this season in this car.
There's some heat coming out of the brakes on that BMW.
So we're in the pit stop phase now, where we have to wait really until things shake out. Another 5-second penalty has been dished out by the stewards to number 129, Tommy Grout, in his BMW for track limits. Into the pit lane comes Stefan Jansson in his BMW. And out of the pit lane goes Kevin Clark in the number 14 BMW. So again, we have to wait really until Mark Smith comes in before we get a proper idea. But Mark Smith, we know, has this 30-second success penalty. So it's likely that the 14 BMW will go into the lead. Mark Smith continues for another lap. Car number 36.
Yeah, it's penalty 15 seconds, isn't it, for Alton Park?
Yeah.
No Darren Fielding, no Dominic Malone in this race.
Jasper Sapra comes in, number 198. He will hand over to Brian Bransom.
Yep, the Norfolk driver. Brian Bransom normally drives an orange BMW, but sometimes they do share. Neither lasted more than a few laps in the Dave Allen Memorial Race at Castle Combe last month. One damaged body, one with a puncture, and there's a big bang from the exhaust.
That's Nathan Wells in. Nathan Wells started from the back, from the pit lane, and was up in 5th place when he came into the pits.
The Meon Valley Travel Group must be down Winchester Way, where the Meon is.
The leader is still Mark Smith, but he's into the pit lane. So, oh, he didn't stop at the pit box, the penalty box.
Ah.
Which he should. I think the rules are the same in this as they are in the other series, where they have to stop on the way in, but perhaps not. Perhaps they can do their additional time at their pit box.
They are at opposite ends of the pit lane, aren't they? So yeah, maybe there's one down there as well. Griffin second, Murphy third now.
The penalty board is up in its usual place at the beginning of the pit lane. So I hope that 36 Mark Smith hasn't forgotten about his penalty. On screen we can see number 16, which is the Nathan Wells car that had those engine problems at the start. That gets going again. So in fact all cars have now done their mandatory stop. Some of them still in the pit lane, so we need to wait one more lap for the pit stops to unwind.
That's the 16 going down through the Craner curves. That's the spotless H2O car of Nathan Wells, with Kirk's Seat in behind. Charles Kirk, that's the Seat Leon Super Cooper.
And in fact, to the 198 BMW, Jasper Sapra and Brian Bransom has got a black and white warning flag for, presumably, for exceeding track limits. So needs to really keep the car within the boundaries of the
Kind
circuit.
of rein it in a tad.
Yeah, otherwise there'll be a time penalty added. Through goes number 14, the Kevin Clark driven BMW, which hasn't yet moved into the lead because it's still the pit stop still unwinding. .5 minutes remaining. It's a 40-minute race, so that's the pit window closed. But everybody has done their pit stop. So just waiting now for the Kevin Clark BMW exiting the chicane, coming across the line. It should pop up into the lead, and it does. So number 14, Kevin Clark, now leads. Second place is Dave Griffin, I would hazard a guess. Yes, it is. And in third place is Brian Bransom, number 189. 198, sorry.
Yeah, they're not very far apart.
No.
1.3 seconds separates them. Fourth is Mark Smith in 36. And fifth is Tom Holbrook in 61. You see both of these guys racing E30 M3s, don't you? So it's look for those cars instinctively and find there are different ones.
Yes. I'm going to make an assumption here from the timing screen that Mark Smith did do his 15-second additional time stop, because he's 10.8 behind the leader.
And the last lap he did, that outlap including the stop, was 3:32.
Yeah. So he did serve his extra 15, it would seem, from the timing screen, and but perhaps in this particular category they can do that in the pit box rather than in the penalty box.
I think the Amspeed team is a bit too switched on to miss something like that. And here's Mark Smith coming down the inside of Brian Bransom in the Jazz for Sapra car, and tucked in behind them is the other Hillwood Motors Honda. That's Danny Casa, and he is in what, 14th place, car number 85.
But he has now assumed the lead of his class, so got past the other car in his class that was ahead earlier in the race.
Brian Branson made a dive down the inside on Mark Smith, but he wasn't close enough, and Mark Smith is now away into the Craners.
We'll see what Mark Smith's times look like when he gets into clear air, having managed to pass Brian Bransom on that lap. Here he comes now. See if he can close in on the leader. He's crossing the line.
Lights flashing now for warning flag for Colin Tester in 81. The Porsche Cayman. It'll be a track limits infringement, I've no doubt.
Well, Mark Smith was around 0.8 of a second quicker that lap than Dave Griffin in second place. So at the moment, Kevin Clark, number 14, is the fastest car on track. He's just set another fastest lap of the race, a 1:13.578 for the number 14 car, so he's extending his lead. But the second and third cars closing up, with Mark Smith now 3 seconds behind Dave Griffin. And we have 10.5 minutes remaining in the race. And then in fourth place is 198, Brian Bransom. Fifth place, number 61, Tom Holbrook. And in sixth place, starting from the pit lane, number 16, Nathan Wells. As the leader goes through to complete another lap, that is 22 laps in the book now for Kevin Clark.
Yeah, he's got the fastest lap to his credit as well, so it looks like it's been a well-judged race.
Dave Griffin into the pits. So a mechanical problem for 34 Dave Griffin from second place, which puts Mark Smith up into second. Dave Griffin pulls up at his pit area. The team mechanic going to the rear right wheel, although going round to the left as well, so query whether there's some sort of feeling from the driver of the rear end not being quite right. Definitely all attentions on the rear of the car.
Well, the West Suffolk racing car is back off down the pit lane, but it doesn't appear to be going with any great urgency. Oh, big smoky haze behind. No, it's pulled off into the paddock, and Dave Griffin out of the race.
So that puts Mark Smith into a fairly unopposed second place, although Brian Bransom has remained within 2 seconds of Mark Smith, who's just done his best lap of the race. Mark Smith, a 1:14.1. At 14 leads. Simon Baker started, Kevin Clark aboard now. Then it's 36 Mark Smith, then it's 198 Jasper Sapra started, Brian Bransom driving at the moment, and across the line to complete another lap, Kevin Clark, number 14, 24 laps completed. Fastest lap of the race as well, 1:13.578. Second place Mark Smith, number 36. Gap first to second now is 14.4, but the gap second to third has closed because Brian Bransom did his best lap of the race on the last lap. Brian Bransom doing a 1:14.667, his best lap, and that closes the gap to 1.5 seconds between second and third.
It's lapping about half a second quicker than Tom Holbrook, who's behind him in the black car, and then it's Nathan Wells in 16, whose pace seems to have slipped away.
So much so that 71, Chris Murphy has closed right up on Nathan Wells. 71, the whitish BMW, mostly white BMW, number 71, Chris Murphy is closing in on Nathan Wells. Let's hope it's not a recurrence of that engine problem that Wells had before the start.
Low 14s for Kevin Clark out front, and he continues to pull away from Mark Smith. It's 15.6 seconds between them now. Bransom third, 1.5 seconds down.
Closer again, yes. Shaved another fraction of a second off Mark Smith.
Yes, about 400ths of a second. It was, I don't think he'll appreciate the difference from the cockpit.
Murphy, similar time. Again, fractions of a second between Murphy and Wells on that last lap. They remain around a second apart with 5.5 minutes to go, and another track limits penalty, this time to the leader. The leader, Kevin Clark, gets a 5-second penalty. Well, he's 15 seconds up, or is he 10 seconds up and the 5's been added? I didn't recall what the time was before, but either way, he's got enough of a gap to overcome that 5-second penalty. But if he transgresses again, the penalty gets to, I think the next one up is about 10, is it?
I think it goes 10 and 15, I think it's incremental,
Yeah.
And they get really draconian after that.
And a black flag. Come in and talk to the clerk of the course.
Brian Branson's pushing really hard. 1:14.600 was his best, and that was last time round. Only another few hundredths lost. Holbrook and Wells and Murphy. So Wells and Murphy 1.5 seconds. It's Kirk in the Seat, and the second of the Petches in the Ginetta. That'll be Harry Petch.
So another lap in the book for Kevin Clark. That's 27 laps completed. Then Mark Smith in second place, holding the gap to the leader at around 15 seconds. Brian Bransom holding the gap. In fact, just closer. Brian Bransom has just done his fastest lap at his personal best of the race, 1:14.150.
A big personal best, because that was half a second quicker than he's been before.
And he's closed the gap to 1.2 seconds to Mark Smith. Tom Holbrook remains in fourth in number 61, the black car. And then it's the Wells and Murphy battle next up. They're about a second apart.
And a battle also between Kirk in the Seat and Harry Petch in the Ginetta. They're lapping very close together.
And Petch has got that 5-second penalty, hasn't he, from earlier on? I think it was him that got one, wasn't it?
Not sure.
Yeah. I may be wrong there, maybe a different car, but the leader continues, holds the gap. Again, personal best from Mark Smith on that last lap and from Brian Bransom. So Mark Smith has got the message. The gap between them did close slightly because Brian Bransom's personal best was fractionally better by about a tenth. And also doing a personal best, Tom Holbrook as well. So clearly the car's getting a little bit quicker towards the end of the race, a little bit less fuel, I suppose. Track in great condition.
Yes, they'll be starting a 40-minute race with a fair amount of fuel on board, and certainly is coming down. But that's 3 best laps in a row from Brian Branson, the Norfolk veteran. He just about managed to break into the 13s before this race is out. He's looking like he's knocking at the door. The postman's knock.
The leader goes through, 29 laps completed, 1:22 on the clock or thereabouts. So on to the penultimate lap. Through goes Smith and Bransom. Bransom not a personal best that particular lap, but is well under a second now behind the Mark Smith car.
Yes, it was half a second he trimmed off.
So that second and third on the podium definitely going down to the wire. They have about 1 2/3 laps left in the race to sort that one out. Tom Holbrook still going well in 4th place. And Nathan Wells, if he did have a recurrence of the engine problem, which slowed him a little, it's cleared itself because he's opened up a gap on the BMW behind of Murphy. But the Seat is not going very well. That's the 211 car of Giles Kirk. Looks
That's
to
broken
be
on the exits. It's grinding to a halt. Mark Smith was balked going into Coppice Corner inadvertently. Now finds himself behind 2 others coming out of the Roberts chicane, and Brian Branson looking determined. He's stuck in behind there, and the gap is down to 0.337.
So into Redgate they go. Mark Smith still hasn't managed to get past the slightly slower car, and another car off. That's Nathan Wells. That definitely is commentator's curse. Sorry, Nathan. I've just said that I hope your engine problem is not recurring, and it looks like it has, because he's pulled off on the Craner curves. So that's number 16. Meantime, coming into the pit lane, crawling along, is the aforementioned Seat, number 211 of Giles Kirk, who's... he's got a puncture, front left puncture for Giles Kirk, number 211. Just crawling the car in, doesn't want to do any damage to the suspension, brakes or the bodywork.
Seen a few punctures this weekend, haven't we?
All front lefts as well, aren't they? Well, mostly front lefts.
It's the loaded corner at Redgate, the old hairpin, McLean's and Coppice.
Checkered flag goes out.
And yes, the Baker Clark car that clawed its way through the field, and they've come home victorious by the looks of things, with fastest lap to boot on a 1:13.578, Kevin Clark. And Mark Smith does just hold off Brian Branson. Half a second it is at the end, 0.577. And in 4th place is going to be 61, the black car, there we go, of Tom Holbrook, ahead of Chris Murphy. And then in 6th place will be the Ginetta of Max and Harry Petch. '71 Chris Murphy is 5th, so it's 14 Baker and Clark from 36 Smith, 2nd place 3rd 198 Sapra and Branson, 4th 61 Tom Holbrook, 5th 71 Chris Murphy, and in 6th place when it arrives will be the Ginetta. There it is, the number 2 car of Maxwell and Harry Petch. A lap down, Ashley Muldoon in 18 is 7th. Then in number 3 it'll be Alex Haynes in 8th. The Nigel Ainge, Danny Cassar, Honda Integra, number 85 is 9th, and in 10th place it'll be Tommy Grout in the 129 BMW.
Well, down in the pit lane, I've got Simon Baker with me. We'll just move away from the speaker here because we'll get feedback. Simon, big hug there for Kevin. So tell us, you withdrew from the race, and then you started at the back, and then you won the race.
Yeah, we had big problems earlier, and then we had a puncture, and we didn't have a spare tyre, so we had to borrow 2 tyres for the back. So it was very last minute, but yeah, it was good fun.
Well, I didn't actually catch your start. Did you start from the pit lane, or were you at the back?
The back of the grid. So it was good because I had time to warm my tyres up quite a lot, so I was ready to go.
And then you worked your way through.
Yeah, this man taught me everything about driving a BMW, so I just let him finish it.
He's referring here to Kevin Clark, who took over partway through the race. Kevin, I think you were in the lead when you took over, were you, or did you have a couple of cars to pass?
I'm not sure, because there's quite a bit of traffic out there, so I don't know. And the radio had been lowered right down, so I couldn't hear a word the lads were saying, but it was such a nice result to see the flag. So, yeah, well happy. And I mean, I'm so chuffed for Simon, because we worked hard together for all last year, and, you know, he's come on leaps and bounds. It's fantastic to see, and I think he did a faster lap than me, so I'm just so... Oh, well.
There wasn't much in it, to be honest, Kevin.
Oh, well.
Very good. Well done. Kevin Clark, Simon Baker are winners from a withdrawal from the race to a win. That's something else, isn't it? So let's move back to Mark Smith, who took second place. Mark, you were under real pressure from Brian at the end there.
I was, yeah. What's all that about? Why didn't he stay in bed? Yeah, my brake pedal kept going sort of long and back and what have you, so I couldn't really rely on it. But yeah, he filled my door mirrors a few times.
And if you hadn't had that 30-second success penalty from the previous race, you'd have been right up there. But that's
motor racing, and you have to roll with these things, don't you? Yeah, fine. I'm happy with it. Happy with the result.
Well done, Mark, and that's Mark Smith in the 36 BMW, which was being caught at the end by Jasper Sapra and Brian Bransom, of course, who took over. Jasper, you started really quick at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, it was a bit hectic. Just kept my foot in and just carried on, really.
You love your racing, don't you? You're out every weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, we do. You know, it's a borrowed car, like, so first time, second time we've driven this car. So yeah, if you get a hang of it, it's all good.
Yeah, you should have been out in Brian's orange car, should you?
Yeah, we had a bit of an electric issue with that, so we're out in this one now today. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Brian, great run from you. You were really close to Mark at the end there.
Yeah, that was good. That was really nice, clean, tight racing towards the end, and yeah, that was great fun, mega. But yeah, really close with Mark, and yeah, just kept clean, and that was good. And same as the back, Mark, because you know you can't ask for any more really.
Yeah, it's really good racing, and lovely to see these BMWs out. They do sound good, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do, yeah.
Thanks very much indeed to Jasper Sapra and Brian Bransom, who were in third place, Mark Smith, who's second, and a win for Kevin Clark and for Simon Baker, who, as I say, they were actually withdrawn from the race with that problem with the tyres, but all comes good in the end. Over to you, Marcus.
Thanks, Alistair. And we've got the sevens lining up behind us for their race. A little bit of cleaning up just to do around the circuit. There's Nathan Wells's car being towed back from the Craners. Lovely view on our live streaming camera from the exit, by the looks of things, of McLean's down to the Craner curves, and that is a very unusual view. The Magnificent Sevens, Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, sponsored by the jewellery group, Doug Newman's group of jewellers down in Sussex, been at the forefront of Caterham racing for as long as Caterham racing's been around, I think. Doug, a long-time competitor himself. And out front is number 81, which is Johnny Pittard with his Caterham 7 CSR. In fact, we had big grid drops, didn't we, for other competitors in this. But Johnny Pittard qualified top. And I'm just looking to see whether that is how the grid is going to line up. Just Alistair's going to pull it across into my vision. Yeah, Johnny Pittard 81 is on pole. 98 John Cutmore in the bike-engined Spire made locally in Derbyshire is second. Christian Pittard was third quickest in qualifying, but of course he gets the this 15 place drop for 3 successive wins coming into this race. So Christian Pittard goes down to 18th, which brings David Watson in the second Spire RB7 up into third. Then it'll be Colin Watson in 93 alongside. Tim Davis and Tim Davies are on the next row, very complicated. Davis, D-A-V-I-S, ahead of Davies, I-E-S. And then Jeremy Adams in 34, the Greens. Richard and Pascal Green, 91, the Redmonds. 32, David Holroyd. 89, Bruce Wilson. 188, Robert Forsdyke. 35, Charles Holroyd. 20 is Tim Woodman. 27 is Luke Zuru, back into saddle. 17th is 114, which is Alex Harbour. 18th is third qualifier Christian Pittard. Then we go to 54 Simon Lanyon, 50 Chris Biglin, 84 Steve Owen, 172 Robert Cooper, 49 David Brayley, 39 David White, 36 Andy Yeomans, 73 John Wright, 90 Matthew Starbuck, 21 Malcolm Ash, 99 Peter French, number 7 the Dolan and Boone car, 63, Pete Basterfield. 28, the Andrews family. 33, Suhid Chatterjee. And 120, William Ward. That completes the grid for this race 11 of our 13 race program. The first set of Mag 7s for today, a second race at the end of the program. Now the gap between Johnny Pittard on pole and John Cutmore, the Suffolk builder, with his Spire was a measly 73 thousandths of a second. So very, very little between them. And the Paul Nightingale designed and built Spires, which sit second and third in their sort of McLaren-esque of the day livery, silver with the Dayglow stripes. And to see whether Christian Pittard, who qualified on a 1:10.549 in third place, can make his way through a tight pack, because the early part of this race, which, if I flick on my screen, which has now gone dead, looking at the duration of the race, which is 40 minutes. Away they go, and some rocket-like acceleration. One of the white Boss cars from the middle of the grid came hurtling through and is now 6th into paddock. Couldn't pick up the number of it, but
I think that was William Redman in number 91.
Was it?
Who came through, yeah, from the fourth row.
Rocketed through. And we've got the Spires attacking Johnny Pittard out front. And as they turn into the old hairpin, it's still Johnny Pittard in 81, the black Caterham CSR, 2.5 litre, which leads these two Spires, one of which has got some yellow identification markers on the front, and that's the one that's ahead of the one with the orange markers. .188 there is Robert Forsdyke in mid-pack. But a 40-minute race will be very physical, Alistair, in these cars. And there was an attack on the inside coming down into the chicane. It didn't quite work, but on the exit, the Spires have gone rushing past Pittard, and Pittard's broken. I don't know whether there was contact there. I can see no telltale signs from this part of the... So the Johnny Pittard Special, JPS, has pulled off, run out of puff.
It's pulled off on towards the end of the pit straight on the approach to Redgate with a yellow flag, and not easy to get the car away from there. There is an exit just at the end of the barriers on the inside of Redgate. It's quite a long push down there. So we'll see what the best approach is to that. It's very visible, so it may be possible to just leave it there at the side on the barriers. But even though Johnny Pittard had a problem, I think the Spires would have got through anyway, because they seem to come through the chicane almost flat to the ground. It's amazing grip they had through there. And we'll see when they come back. We've got yellow flags waving furiously at the chicane exit, because we've got Marshall's trackside. Up into third place has come Tim Davis, D-A-V-I-S, number 80, as opposed to the other Tim Davies, 23, which is, he's in 5th place. So it's Watson leading Cutmore in the two Spires, then Davis in 3rd, Watson in 4th place in number 93, so that's 93, Colin Watson. 85 leading is David Watson. We did notice this in qualifying, didn't we? There's lots of family members, same names, Pittards, the Watsons,
yes,
the
Watsons in this aren't related as far as I'm aware.
Not, right. And the Davises, almost the same spelling of their names. Lending an even greater family feel to Mag 7 racing with the CSCC.
Well, we had three family sets of winners yesterday.
Yes. So the Spires come through the chicane again. Great battle going on between the two of them. The 85 with the yellow flashes, identifying that as being David Watson, and the red flashes, otherwise very similar colours, for John Cutmore, number 98, in second place.
0.199 between them over the line, but it wasn't that coming out of our view, Alistair, going down to the Craner curves. Oh, and a big sideways for the leader going into the old hairpin. Got it very skew whiff. Whether that's hindered his exit speed, as they come up to lap a slower car, they go past the slower car like it's standing still, which it almost is, and they work their way out. These cars sit low, don't they? They're low-riding Spires. As you say, they do have lots of grip. The Spire RB7s as opposed to RB211s. Good overtake down into the hairpin there. That's 84, staying out of the way, and through they come. And it's interesting that the 85 car, which is Watson, does look twitchier than Cutmore's. Maybe it's just the way he's driving it. It's 0.222 between them. Cutmore has the fastest lap of 1:11.001. Which is it's just tonking on a bit round here for 1.97 miles. Christian Pittard, meanwhile, has come through to third place, and that's from 18th on the grid. This is to where he qualified. Christian Pittard in the 51. Fourth is Davis in 80. The first of the Tim Davises. Then it's Colin Watson in number 93, then it's 23, which is the other Tim Davies.
And Christian Pittard, on his rise through from his lowly starting position, has done a 1:11.446 the last lap, a 1:11.186 being his fastest, which is on pace with the leaders. They're in the 11s as well. Everybody else 12s or above. Christian Pittard, having just said that, has done a 1:10.830. That's the fastest lap of the race, and quicker than the two leaders, and he's in third place, so he's got a good chance now of just clawing away at the gap, which is sitting at the moment at 4 seconds between him and the second placed car of John Cutmore.
It's a big field to be cutting your way through as well, because they will find lap cars very regularly over the remaining 33 minutes. And often they are battling among themselves, trains of cars.
So we'll get another idea of how Christian Pittard is doing when they come round to complete another lap, but I think they're going to be in amongst, yes they are, very much in amongst slower cars, and the leading car having to jink right, then left, then right again to get through the great big gaggle of cars that was ahead. And Pittard on that last lap, another fastest lap of the race, 1:10.530, and he's closed the gap down from 4 seconds to 3.2 on that last lap.
Yeah, possibly helped by the fact that the Spires were engaged in traffic at that point, and he's going to hit that now.
So Christian Pittard, number 51.
Yes, he can't get past that 63, minding his own business. That's Pete Basterfield down at the old hairpin.
Pittard, the all-orange car,
run by Luke Stevens of Team Leos.
And as you say, David Watson's driving style is quite aggressive on the way into the corner, which unsettles the car. He then gets a little bit sideways.
Doesn't seem to mind that though, does he?
He doesn't, no. And the car behind, it's a very similar car of John Cutmore, quite a lot smoother through the corners. But their lap times very, very similar as they cross the line to complete another lap. That's 7 laps in the book. Christian Pittard coming through, passing yet another slower car.
Look, he's lost a lot of time in that.
Yeah, 7 seconds he lost on that lap. And that's all to do with getting through slower cars. That's a huge drop in lap time, 7 seconds slower. Makes you wonder whether actually he had a bit of a moment somewhere, maybe a half spin.
Well, he made no real ground down through the Craner curves, and he didn't make any places into the old hairpin either.
Only one leader through. Cutmore comes through. Watson has not appeared. Pittard's come through. Davis has come through. So where is David Watson? Well, thank you to the cameras. Wasn't looking at that particular screen. He's in the gravel. So I think that was at the chicane. Maybe, yeah, green flag on the exit of the chicane. The chicane is completely out of our sight, so thank you to our camera team for getting that onto the screen. It is at the chicane, indeed, and the marshal's there, and the car won't move. I'm not surprised, Marcus, because that car runs so low, it must be just sitting on the bottom of the car now, mustn't it?
Yeah, it's just beached, and that's won't be difficult to lift it out in a way, because it's really light, but David Watson stuck at the chicane.
Maybe one slide too many for David Watson and just lost it into the chicane. So the marshal's talking about how to recover that. That will require the snatch vehicle to go in.
Your Merlot.
The old Merlot, that's the one.
Well, one of your Merlots. There was a big black Merlot in the paddock this morning, but there's a little green one needed for this, I think. 8.8 seconds between them at 9 laps.
So that leaves John Cutmore in the lead in the Spire, with the very fast Christian Pittard in second. Pit window is open. So an early caller is the 188 of Robert Forsdyke, who was running in 8th place, as the Merlot heads out to pull out the unfortunate David Watson from the gravel at the chicane.
And the flashing yellow lights. David Watson's got out and walked away. I wonder whether that car actually hit the tyre stack there, and into the pits comes the race leader.
So into the pits comes John Cutmore, goes for a relatively early stop, and we're on a code 60. So that is a pretty savvy move there from
Very
John
savvy
Cutmore.
call. And Paul Nightingale from Spire Sports Cars has dived across. Paul and his racers have won many, many championships over the year with the 750 Motor Club. And so the code 60, and he's one of only 3 cars to have stopped, because the Redman Team 91 is in, Forsdyke in 188 is in. They won a race at Thruxton, I think, about 3 or 4 years ago, Alistair. And again, it was a very, very clever, timely pit call.
Makes a huge difference if you can just time it right.
There's the RB7, which has got a high booster engine, I think, in it, Suzuki. Cutmore helping to push down the engine cover. Various other cars have appeared from very tight against the pits. Okay, Colin Watson had a 5-place grid penalty, and away goes John Cutmore. Back out into the race.
Well, to some extent, if Christian Pittard can get back round on this code 60, which limits the cars to 60 kilometres an hour.
What's happened here? They've changed tack with the snatch vehicle.
If Christian Pittard can get back to the pit lane during the code 60, then in fact he will overcome the benefit that John Cutmore had of driving in right at the start of the code 60. He will also not lose as much time, and it looks like he has got back, and that recovery, as Marcus has just said, is taking a little longer.
Oh, they're just dragging it out. That's the easiest way rather than lift it.
Yeah. And into the pits comes Christian Pittard, 51, and also Tim Davis as well, so that's another of our leading cars. So to some extent they have not been too badly disadvantaged by not coming in last time around, but they are close to finishing the clear up at the chicane, so the code 60 will be lifted immediately the track is cleared. It's a 1.5 minute stop for these cars from pit in to pit out, so if you say it takes maybe 20 seconds or so to drive down the pit lane, the stop is stationary is about a minute and a bit.
Yep.
So they're sitting there now, and no doubt lots of smartphones counting times down for the drivers. Change of driver in this particular car. I think that's the 91, is it? No, there is
yes,
no,
it's 91.
91, yeah. That's William Redman to Charles Redman. Not the easiest thing to get in and out of a Caterham with all of the safety bars, rollover and side bars.
There's John Cutmore.
And in fact, Christian Pittard has got out ahead of him. I did think Cutmore's pit stop was a little tardy, and Tim Davis has got out ahead as well. And the code 60, I think, has just been lifted, has it? Green flag has just flown. So Tim Davis got past going into Redgate as he was speeding up, because as it happened, the code 60 was lifted just after John Cutmore had gone over the line.
Cutmore shown at this point down in 7th over the timing line. Having said that, a couple of the cars ahead of him were in the pit lane, so he might be net 5th, but Christian Pittard is going to be ahead.
Well, that was very, very timely for Pittard and Davis, who potentially could have lost out hugely with that code 60, but actually managed to get themselves in and out of the pits before it was lifted. So when they come around again, I think we're going to have a very close battle for the lead between Christian Pittard, Tim Davis and John Cutmore, and we may have other cars in there as well. They're coming down, I think, coming down to the chicane, or maybe they're still up at Coppice.
73 has just arrived. That's John Wright.
Tim Davis. And they're heading off down towards the Craner curves. and the old hairpin. So very, very close for the lead. Where was Holroyd? He was David Holroyd, number 32, was about 7 seconds behind the leading three. So the battle for the lead is between Pittard, Cutmore and Davis. And they're coming down, and it looks like, has Cutmore taken the lead? We'll have to see when they come into sight. I can't see Christian Pittard, so he's gone missing somewhere between us and the far side of the circuit. So the battle now is between John Cutmore and Tim Davis. So with a...
Oh, and Davis dived down the inside into Redgate, Alistair, but he had the door shut in his face quite legitimately, and he still has to give chase. But interesting how the motorcycle engine in the Spire and the engine in the Tim Davis car melded into a loud kind of bellow as they went past.
Yes, it actually makes Tim Davis's car sound like it's misfiring, doesn't it?
It sounds like a modern single-seater in one of those you know, GP3s or something like that.
So no sign, as far as we can see visually, of Christian Pittard, the orange car.
And Cutmore's screaming away out front. Here he comes into the chicane. In fact, it's mainly the noise from the lead car, isn't it? It sounds quite flat.
Doesn't sound like it's running well, but clearly is. Lap time straight back down into the 111s for the leader. Opened out a gap of 1.9 seconds on Tim Davis. Everybody now has completed their mandatory stops as the leader goes through again to complete lap 15. Tim Davis still chasing on, but the gap has opened out already to 3.75 seconds, first to second. Up into third place now with the loss of Christian Pittard somewhere out on track is car number 3, which is Jeremy Adams in his Caterham 420. Gap between him and Davis is 20 seconds.
And fourth and fifth are absolutely nose to tail. 93 Colin Watson and 23 Tim Davies are absolutely locked together down to the Craner curves.
Down they go, down the right-hander, then into the left, and then onto the brakes for the old hairpin. And as you say, Tim Davies really close, just jinking left and right, trying to find a possible opportunity. The blue car, number 23, Tim Davies, as they go up towards Schwantz. Lappery does offer an opportunity to get through. They've got a car they're coming up on. In fact, they get through on the run through McLean's. Up the hill now to Coppice. Tim Davies still looking for a way through past Colin Watson.
Tim Davis, meanwhile, is 4.9 seconds adrift of the leader. Spire team on home soil here at Donington Park.
Cutmore goes through again. We've got 15 3/4 minutes remaining in the race. Tim Davis goes through in second place. Every lap losing a little bit of time, so it's out to 5.5 seconds now. Next up, we should see Jeremy Adams in his Caterham 420R. The yellow car just coming through the chicane. And then the Watson and Davies battle comes across. They're still locked together. The white car with the red roll hoop is Colin Watson. And that battle is for 4th place, 93 and 23. Tim Davies, number 23, the blue car, close behind. And then a big gap back to 6th place, which is car number 32, David Holroyd. Comes across the line now. He's being chased in a similar manner to the ones ahead by the Redmonds, who had a change of driver at the pit stop. So it's now Charles Redmond at the wheel of the 91 car, and that's challenging David Holroyd for 6th place. So 2 really good battles there going on for 4th and for 6th. And in fact make that a 3-car battle now for 3rd place, because the number 3 car of Jeremy Adams is being caught by the battling Colin Watson and Tim Davies behind. So that's brewing up to a 3-car battle for the bottom step of the podium. And then next through we should have the battle for 6th place, which currently is being led by David Holroyd, but through has gone Charles Redmond. So 6th place is now number 91, Charles Redmond, and back to 7th place, number 32, David Holroyd. And suddenly Tim Davis, number 80, is closing in on the leader. That last lap for the leader was 19.7, whereas he's been doing 12s and 13s, and that means Tim Davis is now within a second, or just over a second, of John Cutmore for the lead. So whether that was some lapping of the back markers maybe slowed the leader. I'll see whether Tim Davis can keep the pressure on for the remainder of this lap. '91 Charles Redmond comes through in a strong 6th place, pulling away from David Holroyd. Leader goes through, Tim Davis goes through, and the leader has recovered his pace, 1:11.861 last time. So some sort of issue the previous lap, maybe some lappery that caused him to slow. So the gap between 1st and 2nd is now 2 seconds, with 11.5 minutes remaining in the race. We have a green flag at the exit of the chicane, so that means there's a yellow. Somebody went very, very wide and probably turned to the left to avoid going into the gravel. They've come back onto the track, and it is the black car with the green nose, and that's 33. So Sahir Chatterjee it was who took the escape road at the chicane. order restored at the front. 3 seconds now, the gap between first and second. But still the battle rages for the bottom step of the podium between Colin Watson, number 93, 23 Tim Davies, who have got past Jeremy Adams and are dropping him now. There they go across the line. And Colin Watson just ahead of Tim Davies as they turn into Redgate. The white car with the red hoop in third place. The blue car with the yellow hoop in fourth place. Down into the old hairpin they go. Meantime, second placed Tim Davies has got mixed up in the battle for sixth place, which has rejoined between Charles Redman and David Holroyd. Redman got past and then seemed to start to pull away, but Holroyd's right back up behind now, and in with them is Tim Davies, and he's being rather delayed a little as he wants to get through and after the leader. But Redman and Holroyd not that much slower, but he's got through now. So going up into McLean's, the second placed car of Tim Davies now is ahead, but the battle behind between Redman and Holroyd looks to have gone the way of Holroyd for the moment. With the white car that was ahead now behind. So somewhere down at the old hairpin, a switch around there. Here they come across the line. So 32, David Holroyd goes back up into sixth place. And Charles Redman tries down on the inside of Redgate, but there's not really any room there because already into the corner was David Holroyd. Meantime, the battle for third continues. Colin Watson has managed to eke out half a second or so on Tim Davies for third and fourth. Adams is fifth, number 3. Leader comes through again. To complete 24 laps, Tim Davies comes through in second place. Gap now is 8 seconds between them. So John Cutmore, after that very slow lap that dropped him back towards Davies, has actually pulled back away again now. He's lapping in regularly in the mid 111s. Colin Watson should be next up in the 93. And here he is in the white car with the red hoop. Tim Davies just behind in fourth. Adams goes through in fifth. And last time around we lost David Holroyd, who was having a great battle with Charles Redman.
Yes, he's over on the grass. I think it may be somewhere near Schwantz.
Ah, yes, we have a yellow there,
on the outside. There's a car pulled up on the black car pulled up on the outside.
Ah, What a shame. That was a great battle we were watching there between Holroyd and Redman. Holroyd had just got ahead, but it sounds like he's had a mechanical problem. Pulled off on the run up to Schwantz.
Yes, he's up by the marshal's post, so we can't really see him, but he's under that flashing yellow light. Alistair up towards McLean's. Green flashing lights on the exit of the corner to say all is well, all is clear.
And still this battle for third continues between 93 Colin Watson and 23 Tim Davies. Through Redgate they go, and we've got a shot on our live stream picture of...
It's missing a front wheel arch by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Cycle wing, so maybe there was contact.
They were running very close, Holroyd and Redman.
Just the dicing pair then gone through past Suhid Chatterjee with his very nice looking Caterham 310R.
And Colin Watson, number 93, has stamped his authority on that third place a little bit now. He's opened out the gap over Tim Davies to what looks on the screen to be about half a second. So there's not much in it, but he's managing to stay ahead.
I think he's been a little bit more adept, or perhaps a little bit more torque through traffic. But Davies, with that novice cross on the back, I notice, of his car, is closing in again. He ran wide coming out of Redgate last time, put a wheel on the curb to Tim Davies, and that just lost him a little bit of ground.
Leader goes through with 3 minutes 35 or so on the clock. So around 3 laps to go. Davies comes through 8.6 seconds behind. Charles Redman, a lap down, comes through in 6th place, unopposed now after the loss of David Holroyd. And here comes the battling pair for 3rd place. Tim Davies still there, but not close enough to launch a challenge as they go down into Redgate on Colin Watson.
0.6 between them, Alistair. And the leader, mired in traffic, coming past the pits. Seems to slow him down very much.
No. He's going into Redgate, got 2 more to pass before he gets a bit of clear track for a few moments. Of course, Davis will come across that group of slower cars shortly. And a car going right out onto the curbing there. That was the 27 Luke Zaru car.
Yes, he's involved in a mighty scrap for that class. Class C, currently led by 114, which is Alex Harbour, by next to nothing. Harbour and Zaru locked together, and they are running in 9th and 10th places, respectively, 114 and 27. Closer for the 3rd place pair now. It's down to 0.229. It's pretty much as close as it's been as they go off down the Craner curves.
Leader crosses the line with just over a minute to go, so this will be the last lap for John Cutmore. Tim Davis goes through in the middle of that pack of cars that Cutmore got past last time around. Gap has opened out to 9.4. But what is happening with that third place battle? Well, it's up at McLean's at the moment, again in amongst traffic, and that might have worked slightly in the favour of Colin Watson, although he's had to get, yes, he's got through before Coppice, but Tim Davies still has one further car to pass, which he should be able to do on the run down into the chicane. Yes, he does. He gets through and gets out onto the outside of the track, ready for braking for the chicane. Closes right up, actually, onto Colin Watson as they come across the line. And as you say, Marcus, that's as close as it's been the whole race for these two. Onto the last lap they go, down into Redgate. And the leader comes through. Checkered flag goes out to John Cutmore in the Spire, takes a win. 30 laps completed. And through in second place has gone Tim Davis, car number 80 in 9.6 second gap.
Yes, the other Tim Davis, his namesake here, has fallen back a little, as you say, from Colin Watson. Colin Watson started from a 5-place grid drop, and they're up at Coppice Corner onto the exhibition straight, and it's been a really good little battle, that, but I think Colin Watson has the grunt to get back in third place, competing on podium finishes. It's going to be the Boss Racing car of Colin Watson, who's there from the second of the Tim Davises, who's very, very quick out of the chicane, isn't he? He makes a very good exit. That puts him back up to what, it was only 0.229 again, as it was 2 laps ago. It was 0.213 on the previous lap, but and here's our winner then, and that is John Cutmore, the Suffolk builder. I'll go down and speak to him.
So just confirmation of the finishing order, a win for the Spire and number 98 of John Cutmore, 30 laps completed. He didn't get the fastest lap, that went to Christian Pittard, number 51, who retired early on, a 1:10.530 for Christian Pittard, which was quicker than the 1:11, almost exactly, 1:11.001 as the fastest lap for John Cutmore. In second place, number 80, Tim Davis, 9.6 seconds behind on the same lap, 30 laps completed. And in third place, a very good battle for third between number 93, Colin Watson, who took that third place, and Tim Davies, number 23, in fourth place. They were separated at the end by 0.229 of a second. All those cars on 30 laps. And then in fifth place, number 3, and in sixth place, number 91. And Marcus is ready down in the pit lane, talking to John Cutmore from the Spire.
Yeah, John's leaping out, and difficult to extricate himself, but he's done it. Very, very well done. And good handshakes there from John and Paul Nightingale from Spire. John, Paul was just telling me that the exhaust header blew, and about the time of the pit stop.
Well, the note changed about 11 minutes in, so I shot straight in at that point. I didn't know, obviously, what had happened, and yeah, exhaust, as you know, quite noisy, I guess.
It sounded absolutely awful.
It had no power after that, flat as anything it was.
Didn't seem to slow down very much, but you never do you?
You got to get going, ain't you?
What about your teammate? He ended up off in the gravel there, the chicane.
Yeah, I was all over him for a while. He got a back mark between me and him, and he just went in too hot, I think. So.
He looked a little bit looser than you anyway. You looked much steadier through the corners than him, and he was kind of flicking it in.
Yeah, he has an aggressive driving style, does Dave?
It caught him out this time, but very well done. Anyway, John Cutmore, our race winner, with the Spire RB7. Where's Tim? Tim Davis. That was exciting. Had a good old fight, and they in with a good chance at one point.
Yeah, the back markers and some of the yellows, you really dicey trying to get it in just for the yellow and then waiting again for the green. He obviously had some good luck as well. Got him at one point, which was great. But I'm 260 horse today. I'm not my usual car, so borrowed engine off boss and to get second. Can't believe it. It's brilliant.
How far down are you in power then from your normal one?
I'm 315 usually, and that's 260, so doing all right. Yeah.
Good to come home second then. We're very pleased.
Over the moon. It's fantastic. Well done, boss.
Well done. And another of the boss cars here, and that's Colin Watson, one of our grid droppers. Colin, well done. You've had some interesting times here in the past, haven't you? You two guys have had some previous, but you came through.
Yeah, that was had a good fight with the blue car. I can't remember his name.
Another Tim Davis.
That's it, Tim Davies, yeah. Brilliant. It was a good, really good race, really exciting.
And at one time, he was actually really all over you, wasn't he?
He was, he did pass me at one point, but I thought we can't have that, can we?
You got back, but a great start though from grid drop.
Yeah, from 10th here, I thought as soon as the lights went, I'm just going to go. I got held up a little bit, and they made a bit of a gap on me. So that was where we are. So it's great to finish third.
Another go in a bit.
And another boss car.
Can't be bad. Well done. That's Colin Watson, third then. So John Cutmore first, Tim Davis in second place, and Colin Watson in third.
Down there, but I can't go in front of the camera. It's just down. Yeah, I've tried reaching with my feet.
Yeah.
So I think I need a stick.
Well, we come now to our penultimate race. We've got the Caterhams out, or sorry, the Mag 7s out again as our closing race, but next up is a 40-minute race, combined race for the Veren Builders Open Series and the Liqui Moly Slicks Series. And certainly amongst the fastest cars we'll see here this weekend, with an entry list that looks, although not all current cars, but an entry list that really could grace a GT grid of sort of British GT, something like that a few years ago, because we've got Ferraris, we've got BMWs, Ginettas, Porsches, and of course the Mosler, which was very successful in GT racing a few years ago, dusted off and brought out by Martin Short for his two sons, Morgan and Marcus, who've already had, well, I saw them racing at Silverstone last year. I think that might have been their first time out in the car, and they won that. So very, very good start to their driving careers. So the grid for the Veren Builders Open Series and Liqui Moly Slicks Series is pole position for Morgan and Marcus Short in the Mosler. It'll be Morgan that starts the race. Morgan Short to start in car number 104, the black and red Mosler. Alongside on the front row, number 19, the Porsche of Sean Winder, who will start that. Sean Winder to start. Onto the second row, let's just check whether that car's there. Yes, that's the car that had problems earlier on. Number 16, Nathan Wells in the BMW. Number 16 on row 2. That had engine problems in the run-up to the previous race. Was fixed, came out from a pit lane start, but then retired during the race. So hopefully that's all been fixed now. 16 and 36 alongside. Another of the BMWs we saw earlier got second place for Mark Smith to start, but this time he's sharing with Aaron Moulton Smith. So Mark Smith to start 36. Row 3 is 21, Andrew Christopher's Ferrari, and 63, the Ginetta, which will be started by Paul Maxfield. Paul Maxfield to start. On to row 4, 127, which will be started by Patrick Charlton, and 10, John Cockerton. Row 5 is 15, which will be started by Thomas Cresswell, and 11, Peter Chalice. 15 and 11 on row 5. Row 6 is 12, Kevin Jones, and 86, Timothy Kresick. 12 and 86 on row 6. Row 7 is 147, David Fielder, and 71, Chris Murphy. 147 and 71 on row 7. Row 8 is 33, which will be started by one of the Alberts, but we haven't been told which. So Dale or Mark, we don't know which, will start car number 33. 34 is Dave Griffin alongside. 33 and 34 on row 8. Row 9 is 51, David Harvey, and 73, which will be started by Jack Layton. Jack Layton to start 73. Row 10 is 9, Dylan Popovich, and 198, the familiar BMW, which I think Brian will start this one. Yes, he will. Brian Bransom to start 198. 9 and 198 on row 10. Row 11 is 18, Ashley Muldoon, and number 2, the Ginetta, which will be started by Harry Petch. Harry Petch to start number 2. Row 12 is 129, Tommy Grout, and 25, which will be started by Hassi Peto Diaz. 25, Hassi Peto Diaz starts. 129 and 25 on row 12. Row 13 is 161, Stefan Janssen, and 83, Sean Frey. 161 and 83. Penultimate row 14, 82 will be started by Ben Cater, and alongside 5, Andrew Rollison. And finally, a car which has, once again, I hope is here. I didn't have a chance to look out the back, but it's the Kevin Clark Simon Baker BMW, which was initially withdrawn. And this time, if they are here, and I hope they are, because they've just had a win, it will be Kevin Clark to start this time, car number 14. And that will start right at the back because it didn't do the qualifying session after those tyre problems we heard about from Kevin after the win. So we're around for the start, 40 minutes of racing. It's Mosler versus Porsche on the front row, and down into Redgate for the first time. And it is Morgan Short who leads into Redgate. The Porsche turns in second place, but there's a good battle for third between the BMW of Mark Smith and also the Ferrari of Andrew Christopher, joined in the commentary box by Martin Short. So we'll get a comment from him during the race. But Son Morgan out there in the lead at the moment, turning. In fact, the Ferrari's up into second place, so it got past the Porsche on the run down through the Craner curves. And in the lead is the Mosler of Morgan Short. Second place, the black Ferrari of Andrew Christopher. And in third place, the Porsche of Sean Winder, as they head round towards the highest point of the circuit, up at Coppice Corner. The Mosler turns into the right-hander, opening out a lead on the Ferrari as they come down the long exhibition straight into the chicane. Lights ablaze for the third-placed car. And off into the gravel goes the, is that the number 2?
That's Harry Petch.
Harry Petch, the number 2 Ginetta. As we've got the cars coming round to complete the first lap, and it is indeed the Short Mosler that leads from the 21 Ferrari of Andrew Christopher, the 19 Sean Winder Porsche, down into Redgate. Fourth place is the second of the Porsches. That's the number 11 Peter Chalice car, although no, he's dropped down, so it's he must have a Smith must have a transponder issue because he came through but didn't appear. And I'm afraid the 16 BMW, we feared that engine problem would recur, and he's in the pits on the first lap. So Nathan Wells from the second row, number 16, a retirement.
Yeah, definitely. Mark Smith is there. You can see him behind the Winder Porsche going through. And then it's the Aeropac car of Pete Chalice. And then John Cockerton with his ex-US racer Porsche. Yeah, you can see the BMW carving its way through the pack, and looking to see where it was. Clark and Baker were 12th at the end of the first lap. Clark and Baker 12th at the end of the first lap, so impressive start from them through the field.
Well, a huge lock-up for Kevin Clark there, just talking about them. Massive lock-up into the chicane on that occasion. Lots and lots of tyre smoke. I hope that hasn't flat-spotted those tyres that they've been having problems with. It was tyres that put them out of qualifying this morning. And the two leaders down into the old hairpin, and Marcus has just brought up a note from the Classic Sports Car Club, who've asked us to mention they do send their thanks to the Short family and the Christopher family, who are first and second at the moment, who've both taken 20-second penalties, which are totally voluntary, just to give a bit of competition, because they are much quicker than the others. So those are the only two penalties actually that will apply in this race, because Nathan Wells is a retirement. From the CSCC, thanks to those two teams for taking those voluntary penalties.
I'm glad to see the number 12 Noble of Kevin Jones, that came in very smokily this morning, is out and running hard in the race, which is really cool. 2.6 seconds advantage for Morgan Short over Andrew Christopher. Third is now the Winder Porsche again, having got back past Mark Smith. John Cockerton is next up, ahead now of Peter Challis. Two more Porsches, and then Jones in that number 12 and Noble.
Great battle going on there on the way down through the Craner curves, just behind Kevin Clark, who locks up again on the run into the old hairpin there. Ginetta versus Porsche versus Aston Martin. Great to see.
Wonder whether Kevin Clark's damaged a tyre or something, and therefore he doesn't have the full grip available. Here comes the Noble up behind the Porsches, designed by Lee Noble, the man who was originally behind the Ultima, wasn't he?
That's right. Yeah, we don't see many of those out racing these. The Ultima used to be quite popular in club racing.
Bob Light, he was the king of Ultimas, wasn't he?
That's right. Yeah.
The BF Goodrich car.
Yeah. Used a Renault engine, didn't they?
Oh, some of them on the road did, but he had a big Chevy in his, I think, what I remember.
Still this battle going on down into Redgate between third and fourth place, the Porsche versus the BMW, and it's the Porsche of Sean Winder that is leading Mark Smith in the BMW. That's numbers 19 and 36, just going down through the Craner curves now.
Yeah, Sean Winder's got Adam Wilcox co-driving that car, and did a bit of stuff with it last season, but not much this.
Had a big spin this morning coming out of the chicane in qualifying.
Massive spin.
Massive, yes. On power. We don't know who was in the car at the time, but got away with it. Didn't hit anything, as Mark Smith really starting to put the pressure on Sean Winder now as they go through McLean's up towards the top of the hill at Coppice. Turn right, double apex. Three-wheeling there, Mark Smith, as he just tips onto the curbing on the inside, trying to stay with the Porsche, maybe with the hope of outbraking into the chicane. Fastest lap just been improved upon by Morgan Short, 1:09.688. I think that's the first sub 1 minute 10 lap we've had this weekend, isn't it?
I think that's right, in terms of race conditions.
So,
one or two pressures close to it. The best of the special saloons was in the 12s, wasn't it, yesterday? There's the Glebe Engineering Ginetta we saw there for a while, and here comes the Noble with Clark's BMW behind. They're now ahead of is that the car of Cockerton they've got through.
It's going to get tougher for Kevin Clark now, isn't it? Because he's each time he passes someone, the next car up is probably a little bit quicker. So places are harder and harder to make up as the Mosler goes through to complete lap 6. And a better time again, 1:09.546 now, so an improvement again that lap. And the Ferrari of Andrew Christopher now is 8.7 seconds behind. And then it's Sean Winder next up in that great battle with Mark Smith. In fact, Mark Smith went through just ahead on that occasion over the timing line. So Mark Smith back up into third place. Sean Winder down into fourth.
And Jones closing on them in fact, Jones in the Noble, number 12, and 14, Clark, both closing rapidly. Clark even more so.
Absolutely, yes, a 1:11.9 for Clark last time around. That's a quick time in that BMW. So that's a four-car, potentially a four-car battle.
15 is the red Glebe Engineering Ginetta of the Cresswells, and that is now threatening Peter Challis. Some traffic on that lap leader because the pace dropped a tad to the 1:12s, but the lead still more than 8 seconds, 8.2 seconds. And there's Kevin Clark closing in on the Kevin Jones. Two Kevins battling into Redgate. They had a great little tussle behind them with several cars involved in that, and the Cresswell Ginetta up into 8th place.
We've got a message come up on the screen. Car 5, team manager to race control. We know not why, but that's the little Ford Ka.
Maybe the driver is the team manager.
Yeah, it could be a bit tricky, couldn't it? And that time around over the line, they're nearly back with us now. We'll have a look how they're going. But Mark Smith had opened out quite a gap on Sean Winder. And of course, Sean Winder is in turn being caught. There goes Mark Smith now. Yes, a good gap. And Winder is being caught by the Flying Noble of Kevin Jones and the Flying BMW of Kevin Clark.
Aston Martin in the middle of the pack, that's the Alberts in the 33.
Kevin Jones in the Noble has just done his best lap of the race, his personal best, a 1:11.8. So he's responding to the pressure from Kevin Clark behind, but that's pulling him closer to Sean Winder and indeed to Mark Smith as well. But we've got the added mix of Mark Smith handing over to Aaron Moulton-Smith, Sean Winder handing over to Adam Wilcox, and Kevin Clark handing over to Simon Baker. So there'll be a mix there of pace. We would expect perhaps Adam Wilcox to be, would we think, a little bit quicker?
Yes, I thought so. BRDC member. And there we've got Kevin Jones down one side of one of the BMWs, and is he going to try to squeeze ahead round the outside at Redgate? No, there was more traffic to take care of. That looks like that's the Porsche, isn't it? The Cayman down there of Peto Diaz.
And Kevin Clark was at the back of that group of cars, looking for an opportunity, perhaps down through the Craner curves, to jump ahead. We'll see when they come back into our sight. In fact, he's right up behind the Noble as they go through Schwantz up into McLean's, and challenging as they come through McLean's, but he can't get through there. Now they're going uphill towards Coppice, and the Noble of Kevin Jones is closing right in on Sean Winder as well in the Porsche. So three of them coming down now onto the exhibition straight. Mark Smith, meanwhile, has pulled ahead, and the Noble of Jones has got through past Sean Winder's Porsche on braking for the chicane. If he can get it turned in, it's a little bit wide on the exit, but the Noble goes up into third place.
And here comes Clark on the left-hand side of Winder. They're absolutely wheel arch to wheel arch down. There's not a lot of room involved. Kevin Clark is going to try to outbrake the Porsche. They're side by side through the apex of Redgate, and out they go. And the BMW accelerates ahead, now chasing with clear view the Blue Noble there in the cranus of Kevin Jones, number 12. That was a body rubbing on the wheel, wheel arch rubbing on the tyre there of the BMW. Kevin Clark coming through the cranus. Tommy Grout's car in the pits.
And into the pits also, the pit window is open, so these are mandatory stops being done. It's Brian Bransom has come in the 198 BMW to hand over to Jasper Sapra, who took a third place in the earlier race. So they're in for their stop. The two leaders have gone through. The gap first to second between the Mosler and the Ferrari is 14.5 seconds. Fastest lap of the race still sits with Morgan Short, 1:09.546. But has eased his pace now to the mid-111s, which is still a little bit quicker than Andrew Christopher. Into the pits comes the Lotus, number 127. That's the Patrick Charlton started, handing over to Dan Webster.
Patrick Charlton's raced these since the Exige Challenge days, hasn't he? He's been in these cars. There's the Chopard car with all its, I think it's Daytona livery on it.
That's the Brian Bransom and Jasper Sapra BMW on our live stream screen as John Cockerton returns in the Chopard Porsche onto track.
Number 10, out he goes. Andrew Christopher is in from P2, 12 laps. Gap artificially goes out to 20.7 seconds because, of course, Christopher was slowing down to come in as he crossed the timing line and triggered the transponder.
And that battle continues. I think you mentioned this a few laps ago between the Porsche and the Ginetta. That's Chalice in the Porsche, number 11, and number 15, the Ginetta, which was started by Thomas Cresswell. That's not been in yet, so still Thomas at the wheel. And that's for Chalice in 7th, Cresswell's in 8th. "13 laps completed by the leader. Second place currently will be Smith. Yes, it is. Mark Smith goes through in second because Andrew Christopher in the pit lane. The Noble of Kevin Jones goes through in third, and Kevin Clark in the BMW number 14 in fourth. As into the pits comes number 19, Sean Winder, to hand over to Adam Wilcox. Sean Winder's pit is way down the far end, so he trickles past and pulls up at his pit box, driving solo, so no change. Meantime, Andrew Christopher in the Ferrari still sitting in the pit lane with that extra voluntary 20-second delay. And coming up to 23 minutes remaining in this 40-minute race.
Beto Diaz comes in to hand over to Colin Tester. That's the Porsche Cayman.
Well, the team manager of car number 104 stood behind me, and he says it's half and half between his two sons. So Morgan will hand over to Marcus at, I think the next lap are they coming in there? Yeah, 1 or 2 laps, just to split the race equally between them. 22 minutes and a half, 22 and a half minutes remaining now. And the Ginetta Porsche battle that is for 5th place at the moment, with pit stops going on, is now in the hands of the Ginetta. So the number 15 Thomas Cresswell driven Ginetta has got past the number 11 Porsche of Peter Challis, moving it up into 5th. And then next pit stop is for number 18, which is one of the many BMWs. That's the black and red Ashley Muldoon BMW, which was running where in 18, 12th place. Followed closely by the Petch Ginetta, which had that dusty moment. Harry Petch will be handing over to Maxwell Petch, car number 2, the green Ginetta. And also in is the Noble as well. Kevin Jones, number 12, in the blue Noble, into the pit lane. That's from what was up in the top 5. Was actually running 3rd at the time it came into the pits. So we should see the Mosler actually not coming in this lap. So according to the team manager, it'll be the next lap then. He said it would be 1 or 2 more. So Morgan Short continues for 1 further lap in the leading Mosler, which car number 104, which has completed 16 laps.
The Petra Diaz tester car is not the one that is actually in my programmed list, but it's actually a 911 that Petra Diaz has brought in. It's changed to 25, hasn't it? Petra Diaz Contester Porsche 991 GT3 in that sort of sage green car. Oh, and there's contact there between one of the BMWs and a big bang for a backwards bang into the barrier for Peter Challis and the Arapac car. And unfortunately, that was on the way up to Coppice, and there was contact. Guessing that was the BMW involved. Didn't see the number, just saw the Porsche go across its nose and then actually leapt into the air and backed into the barrier, and unfortunately that's made a big mess of that.
We may well see a safety car out for that.
I think it's very likely.
Or a code 60.
And leader comes in. Leader comes in at 17 laps.
As expected.
Morgan Short then in to hand over to his younger brother. Morgan 20, Marcus 17. 560 horsepower.
What
and
were you
37
doing
between them.
What were you driving when you were 17? Mine was
nothing.
Mine was a 1300cc Mark II Cortina.
I'm glad to say that Peter Challis is climbing out of the Porsche. The medics are there. Medics and rescue guys are there, guys and girls. And the safety car has gone out as anticipated.
If you're watching our live stream, this is the pit stop for the Mosler of brothers Morgan and Marcus Short, sons of Martin Short, of course, of Le Mans and many, many other GT and sports car races. Martin there in the headset, just helping to strap in Marcus. And they are taking, as did Andrew Christopher, an additional 20-second voluntary time penalty. But things have fallen their way anyway, because they've come in just as the safety car went out, which they obviously couldn't predict. They'd already planned to come in on that lap, as Martin told us a couple of minutes ago when he was up here. So things just fell their way. And the BMW that was involved in that incident with the Porsche, we'll try and identify from our timing screen. That could be the 147 of David Fielder. But Chalice has come up.
It's the one with it's the one with the express
forklift truck.
Forklifts down the side.
Yeah, so that's David Fielder then. Oh, and the Lotus has stopped. And red flag has gone out now. So I think with various issues around the circuit, that not least, obviously, Peter Chalice's accident, which is very unfortunate, but the Lotus has actually stopped in the pit lane entry, which is never a good thing. But we can see Peter Chalice there standing with the marshal, so that's the best news, that he's perfectly okay. Sadly, the car does not look perfectly okay. Cars being stopped on the grid. And the pit lane is closed, which means the Mosler is trapped in the pit lane. The Lotus being pushed in. Marcus, it's just an unfortunate place to break down in the pit lane entry, and it's very dangerous, isn't it? Because here at Donington, they come out of the chicane, and yes, they can see a car that's there, but they're getting all set up.
And they're making a quick decision, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, they're going to come in, and that car particularly, all you can see is sort of blackness. It doesn't have bodywork behind the rear wheels. It sort of doesn't leap to your attention.
That's been cleared now, pushed in by the marshals, for which we always say thank you very much to the marshals for the hard work that they put in at every race meeting. We've had a fair bit to do today. We didn't have an awful lot to do yesterday. It was fairly quiet, but today we seem to have got it all. So we've got some cars trapped in the pit lane, others on the grid, others making their way to the grid, and we'll stop. The recovery Merlot heading off at Redgate. Now that's not going to be used surely over at McLean's. They've got one closer than that, so that suggests there's another car off somewhere, perhaps in the Hollywood area.
How many men at work signs do we have on your screen over there, Russell? Alistair. I've worked with both the Douglas brothers over the years, and I get very confused sometimes because they sound alike but don't look alike.
We have now Chalice we know about, and I think that was Fielder was the other one. We've now got Harvey, number 51.
That's the one that's in the pit lane.
That's the one in the pit lane, yes, you're quite right. Now we have a new symbol to me. Not seen that one before. It's like a red dot with a white line in it, and that's John Cockerton, number 10. So do we see him? Not obvious down here. So
no, he'd dropped away earlier in the race, hadn't he?
In fact, we've got another two of those symbols that I've not seen before on the screen now. You might have an active screen there that you can actually expand what it says, because they often have a sort of hot link, but not on the screens we have in the commentary box. There's our Merlot rushing off to collect somebody. So various cars to be recovered. We know of the Chalice incident, which needs recovery. It also looked, when we saw the accident happening, as though the barriers were quite significantly damaged as well, which is what they're designed to do, of course. They're designed to deform, to take away some of the energy from the accident, which they may need some attention. So that's two, and the BMW as well on the inside of Coppice needs to be recovered. And then we know of possibly one other car that is out of our sight somewhere. Ah, right, the barriers. We're now seeing on our live stream pictures, the Merlot has actually gone out there. That's because it's got the two of those vehicles there to try and pull the barriers back into shape, which is, if that's possible, they will do that. The circuit staff all there as well, all working very hard to get things fixed. The BMW actually has been restarted, the one on the inside of Coppice, so that's driving back slowly, so that doesn't need a recovery vehicle. So we'll bring you news of what's happening next as soon as we can find out. An update for you on the plan, which is to regrid the cars with a new, we'll hopefully be issued with a grid we can have a look at, but the cars will be regridded and the race will be restarted for a reduced period. The plan is to go for about 17 minutes for the remainder of the race, but that's subject to the repair work and the recovery of the vehicles. But that's the plan at the moment, is to restart this race.
Hello, you're on TV.
TV.
Blue book rules on it rather than
car is getting slidey when it gets hot. So just be careful. I think they'll probably split it into 2 races. The tyres are getting
They said they're going to do a 17-minute restart on the road. They're going to continue the race.
Just if you go slow enough into what I do is I do a big lift. So after crane curves, you've got the first right, then another little right. As soon as I'm past that little right, I'm lifting all the way through. Yeah, and then you're braking nice and early. That's how you get got, is by just carrying pushing the limit a bit too far, pushing a bit too hard into each corner. So we should still be in the lead now, even with the penalty. You've got Adam behind you, who's going to be rapid if he gets
How far behind is it?
I don't know, he's not here, he's on the grid.
Well, judging by what we're seeing on our screens and on the track, the cars from the Open Series and Slick Series are being taken back into the pit lane, and that is the end of that race. But what we do have on the screen now is we're ready for our final race, which is the Mag 7's second race, which is a 20-minute blast, no pit stops. So we've not had any official word on this, but it looks to me as though, I'm afraid, that Slicks race has been deemed to be finished. But we will see the Mag 7s out again for their second race. And a lot of work, as we saw on our live stream pictures, and if you're up at the far end of the circuit spectating, you'll be able to see the work that's going on that barrier. A lot of work gone on from the circuit staff, the marshals, everybody else, trying to get the track safe for racing again. And quite a lot of work has gone on the barrier, and what they're now doing, they've managed to straighten the barriers to the point where they're upright, but I'm told that there is some damage to the barriers which can't be fixed today, but they've got it to the point where it's safe to race, and it looks like they're putting some tyres in front of it, is it, or behind it? Behind it, just as extra protection. And then once that team has finished over there, we can get our Mag 7s out for their race.
11 was trying to get back on the tarmac.
That's a mess, isn't it?
It is.
Looks like it's being cancelled. This is from the marshals and officials. Really? Not had an official announcement.
Well, I'm sorry to say we've just been informed that the barrier damage at Coppice is too great to be repaired safely for the resumption of racing today. It'll have to be dealt with in the week by the circuit staff. So I'm very sorry, but racing has been stopped for today. So the race we saw stopped with the red flag wasn't going to resume, and the Caterhams, I'm afraid, are being sent back to the paddock. So very, very disappointing end to what was a great weekend of racing put on by the Classic Sports Car Club, always full grids. I believe we had just short of 400 cars racing this weekend, a tremendous turnout for the Classic Sports Car Club and great variety, some very, very good racing indeed, probably topped by that race earlier today with the Hondas battling for the win right to the flag. So I do apologise for not being able to tell you this earlier, but every effort was being made to resume racing by the circuit staff and the marshals, but not possible to do that. So that's the end for this weekend. So it only remains for me to thank our marshals, as always. The Orange Army do a tremendous job. They've had a pretty tough day today. The weather's been good, but a lot of work out there on the track for them. So thanks, as always, to the marshals. Thanks also to all the other officials and people who've been involved in putting this meeting on, the Classic Sports Car Club and the various other people that helped them to run such a great race meeting. And although he's not here at the moment, Marcus Pye is off trying to find out what was going on, just messaged me. So I'll say thank you to Marcus Pye for being up here in the commentary box. You can read his reports in various publications, of course. So it only remains for me, Alistair Douglas, to say thank you very much for attending here at Donington Park. We look forward to seeing you soon. Have a safe journey home. A very good evening to you.